For centuries, we've been told a story, a shimmering tale of chivalry, courage, and courtly love. In the dim light of memory, the Middle Ages appear gilded, banners fluttering above sunlit courtyards, noble knights kneeling before kings, and fair maidens watching from balconies draped in silk. Even now, the image persists. In films, in schoolbooks, in paintings that hang in quiet museums. We've built a dream around the ruins of a nightmare, wrapping the harsh bones of history in velvet and gold. But imagine that dream beginning to crumble. The shining armor, so often polished to perfection in our imagination, was rarely more than hammered metal, dulled by rust, dented from battle, and heavy enough to suffocate the man inside. The castles, those towering emblems of power, were not the romantic halls of laughter and feasts we've been promised. They were fortresses, cold and damp, reeking of smoke, sweat, and decay. Their walls kept enemies out, yes, but they also kept despair in. Beneath those grand stone ceilings, servants scurried barefoot beds across freezing floors, and rats outnumbered candles. The maidens in silk gowns, so often painted as delicate and adored, were rarely free. Many were children, bartered like property, bound to men decades older, their futures signed away in ink and dowry. And those feasts we picture, overflowing with roasted meats and golden goblets of wine? They were rare performances of wealth, staged to disguise the truth that hunger was the kingdom's most loyal subject. Beyond the castle gates, the fields were soaked with the mud and desperation. It is easier to remember the myths. The myths soothe us. They tell us humanity has always been noble, that even in darkness, beauty reigned. Yet the truth whispers otherwise. The truth is that the Middle Ages were not a golden age, but a scar in time. 1,000 years of struggle against disease, ignorance, and cruelty, so relentless that even the imagination recoils. So how did the illusion survive? The answer lies in the storytellers of later centuries. The Victorians, desperate for romance in an age of factories and soot, rewrote the medieval world as a lost paradise. They painted gallant knights to escape the grey uniformity of modern life. The Renaissance artists, too, reshaped the past to flatter their own brilliance, filling their canvases with noble forms and divine light. And then came the modern dream makers, Hollywood, novelists, game designers, each adding new gloss to an old lie, each softening the edges until we could almost believe that the Middle Ages were beautiful. We needed that illusion, because the truth of what medieval people endured, the brutality, the filth, the unending fear, is almost unbearable. Our modern minds resist it. We create stories not only to entertain ourselves, but to protect ourselves from what once was. The fairy tale is a veil we've drawn over history's corpse, a perfume to mask the stench of time. And yet, behind that veil, something still stirs. A world both alien and intimately human, where life was short, suffering was constant, and belief was the only thing that held the night at bay. To see it clearly is to risk understanding too much. To realize how fragile civilization truly is. Imagine living your entire life in a world where you never truly see your own mother's face, where every night lasts 16 hours, and where darkness isn't just the absence of light. It's a living, breathing presence in your home. The medieval world was swallowed by night. When the sun dipped below the horizon, The earth exhaled a long cold sigh, and the boundaries of existence shrank to the faint orange circle cast by a dying hearth. There were no switches to flick, no gentle hum of electricity to push back the void. For most people, there were only shadows. Thick, heavy shadows that clung to walls and skin alike. The poorest homes had neither candles nor oil. Even a single flame was a luxury, a symbol of wealth as much as warmth. Step inside a common dwelling after dusk. The door creaks, and you're met not by the comfort of firelight, but by the smell. Smoke, sweat, tallow, and damp wood. The air feels solid, pressing close. In one corner, a low fire coughs through smoke-blackened stones. Its glow trembles against rough timbers, too weak to chase the darkness away. The rest of the room is simply gone, swallowed by black. You can hear your family moving nearby, whispering perhaps, but you cannot see them. Their faces are guesses. Their gestures are memories. This was the rhythm of life for centuries. During winter, the darkness lasted longer than the day. 16 hours of every 24 passed in near blindness. There was little to do once the sun vanished. Reading was a privilege reserved for those who could afford candles. And even then, the act strained their eyes. Most simply waited. For morning? For warmth? For something to break the monotony? The cost of light was staggering. A single candle made from beeswax might cost more than a day's labor. Cheaper versions were crafted from animal fat, tallow, and they filled the room with a rancid odor that turned the stomach. Their smoke left stains on walls and lungs alike. So most people learned to live without light. They navigated rooms by memory, slept early, and spoke little after sunset. Life folded in on itself, becoming small, slow, and cautious. But darkness doesn't stay still. It invites imagination to move where the eyes cannot. When the fire dimmed and the wind slipped through the cracks, every sound became a presence. A shuffle in the corner, a creak above the rafters, a whisper from outside the door. Without sight, people reached for stories to explain what stirred in the night. Spirits, demons, restless souls. These weren't mere superstitions, but the natural language of fear in a world that could not see. The unknown was everywhere because vision ended just beyond your fingertips. Children grew up in this twilight. Many never saw colors clearly, only the muted palette of dawn and dusk. A bright blue sky, a field of flowers, the shimmer of water in sunlight. These existed mostly in stories told by travelers and priests. Their world was dim, grainy, half-seen. Even memory itself, shaped by years of shadow, took on a darker hue. We, with our glowing screens and cities that never sleep, can barely comprehend what that meant. To live without light was to live half awake. To move through existence in perpetual dusk, where every shape was uncertain and every sound carried weight. That darkness shaped the medieval mind. It made faith stronger, fear sharper, and imagination crueler. It was not merely a condition of the night, but the architecture of thought itself. A psychological landscape built from shadow. And yet, darkness was only half the story, because in those same unseen corners, something else gathered. Something tangible, foul and inescapable. The world of lightless rooms was also a world of filth. In the medieval world, The smell of rotting flesh and human waste wasn't a sign of crisis. It was the background noise of everyday life, so constant that people stopped noticing they were drowning in it. To walk through a medieval city was to step into a living organism of decay. The streets were narrow and unpaved, more like trenches than roads, choked with mud that was not really mud at all. From every window above, chamber pots were emptied without warning. A shout, a splash, and another fresh layer added to the filth below. Human waste mingled with the droppings of horses and cattle, with the entrails of butchered animals, with the carcasses of dogs and rats left to rot where they fell. The rain didn't wash it away. It only stirred it, carrying the stench deeper into every alley. There were no sewers to carry the refuse elsewhere. The street itself was the sewer. Even the great cities, London, Paris, Florence, were open wounds, oozing with waste. People waded through it daily, skirts dragging, boots slick with filth. When they returned home, the rot came with them. It clung to clothes, soaked into straw floors, and rose again in the heat of the hearth. The smell was everywhere. Sour, sweet, metallic. The perfume of a world slowly decomposing. Water, meant to cleanse, became another source of sickness. Wells drew from the same earth that absorbed the city's waste. Rivers' walls that sparkled from a distance were thick with the runoff of thousands of lives. People drank what they could find, boiled when possible, prayed when not. The result was inevitable. Fevers, rashes, abscesses that never healed. A small cut could fester into death within days. To be alive was to be constantly at war with the invisible. Cleanliness, as we understand it, simply didn't exist. Soap was rare, baths rarer still. A person might wash their hands before a feast if water was available, but full immersion in water was seen as dangerous. Something that weakened the body, invited sickness. Clothing was worn until it fell apart. The fabrics absorbed everything. Sweat, grease, smoke, and the endless smell of waste. Even the nobility, dressed in velvet and perfume, carried the same invisible grime beneath the silks. And yet, people grew accustomed to it. The human mind adapts to anything it must. To them, the odor was simply the scent of life. They believed, rightly in part, that disease came from foul air, miasma, but they misunderstood its cause. They burned herbs and carried flowers, not to remove filth, but to disguise it. The plague doctors of later centuries would inherit that same logic, stuffing their beaked masks with lavender and mint, walking through clouds of death scented like a garden. Imagine the psychological weight of living inside that rot. Every breath filled with decay. Every street a reminder of mortality. There was no escape. Not for the poor who slept above cesspits. Not for the monks cloistered in damp stone cells. Not even for kings whose castles were little cleaner than the slums beneath them. The entire world was a single, sprawling compost heap, feeding on itself. We think of history as distant, but in truth, the air that filled their lungs would choke us within moments. Their world would be a quarantined zone today, marked in red and sealed off. Yet millions lived and died in it, generation after generation, believing it was normal. They built their lives atop rot, raised children in its shadow, prayed in its midst. And still, they endured. For beyond the darkness and the stench, there were people. Fragile, hopeful, endlessly human, trying to make sense of the nightmare they called home. Medieval parents didn't name their children immediately after birth. Not because they lacked creativity, but because they knew there was a good chance the child wouldn't survive long enough to need a name. To be born in the Middle Ages was to be born into danger. Half of all infants never saw their 5th birthday. Disease, malnutrition, and infection waited like silent midwives beside every cradle. A cough could mean death. A fever could take a family's hope in a single night. In such a world, sentiment became a luxury few could afford. Love had to be cautious, measured, withheld until survival seemed likely. The modern idea of childhood, those years of wonder, learning, and protected innocence, simply did not exist. To the medieval mind, a child was not a separate category of being. They were an unfinished adult, a small worker in training, a mouth that needed to justify its place at the table. From the moment a child could stand, they were expected to serve. A 5-year-old might carry water, gather wood, or feed animals. By 7, they could be apprenticed, sent away to another household to learn a trade. Play was a privilege of the idle and the rich, and even then, it was often a rehearsal for adult life. Mock duels, miniature spinning wheels, wooden swords. Infancy itself was a time of confinement. Babies were swaddled tightly, wrapped in layers of cloth that pinned their limbs straight against their bodies. Movement was thought dangerous, a sign of wildness, of something animal that needed to be restrained. Some infants remained bound for months, even years, their muscles weak and their skin raw from lack of air. Mothers and midwives believed it kept the soul orderly, teaching the body submission from the very beginning. And submission was the lesson every medieval child learned first. Discipline was not questioned. It was survival. Parents and teachers beat children not out of cruelty, but out of conviction. The rod, they believed, drove sin from the body and prepared the soul for obedience. Manuals of the time advised striking often and without hesitation, for fear that leniency would invite evil. A child's tears were proof not of pain, but of progress. Among the wealthy, tenderness was replaced by distance. Infants were sent to wet nurses. Women paid to breastfeed and care for them, sometimes miles away from home. Months could pass before the mother saw her own child again, and when she did, the bond was little more than duty. Many aristocratic children were raised by servants, their affections scattered among strangers who came and went. For the poor, the separation was less physical, but no less real. Work consumed every waking hour. Parents were present, but unavailable, too burdened by survival to nurture in the way we understand it. And then there was the ever-present shadow of death. Children watched it unfold daily. Animals slaughtered in the streets, executions in public squares, relatives buried before their eyes. Privacy was a concept yet to be born. Families lived, ate, slept, and died in the same single room. They saw everything: sickness, childbirth, violence, with no curtain to divide one moment from another. Their world was an unbroken field of raw experience, without shelter for the mind to retreat. By 12, a child might already be a spouse. Marriages arranged for property or alliance were not unusual, and physical maturity was treated as moral readiness. Childhood ended not with celebration, but with responsibility. Labor, marriage, or service. To hesitate was to fall behind, to risk starvation. It's easy to imagine medieval adults thus hardened, unfeeling, even brutal. But perhaps they were simply shaped by what they never had. A child who grows up in fear learns to use fear as a language. A child who grows up without affection learns to survive without empathy. Generation after generation, the absence of nurture became tradition. The Middle Ages did not produce monsters, it produced survivors. Millions of souls who never knew safety long enough to understand what it was. And when those children became adults, they carried that emptiness forward, building a world in which tenderness itself seemed unnatural. In medieval law, there was no word for marital rape. Not because it was too taboo to discuss, but because the concept that a husband could violate his wife was literally unthinkable. She was his property, and you cannot steal from yourself. From the moment she was born, a woman's life was defined by ownership. As a child, she belonged to her father, a piece of household wealth no different from livestock or land. Her future was a transaction, negotiated through dowries and alliances. Marriage was not a union of love, but of economy, a transfer of property from one man's hand to another's. The bride's consent was irrelevant. In most cases, she didn't even understand what was being arranged. Many were 12, 13. Still children in body, already spoken for in name. Their weddings were often held long before they were old enough to comprehend what it meant to be bound for life. Once married, the woman's identity dissolved entirely. The law recognized her as femme covert, literally a covered woman. Covered by her husband's authority, her voice was absorbed into his. She could not own property, make contracts, or bring cases to court. Her body, her labor, her offspring, all belonged to him. If she disobeyed, he could beat her. If she refused him, he could force her. The church taught that a man who struck his wife did so out of duty to correct her wayward spirit. The Bible was quoted often, "He shall rule over thee." Even queens live within those invisible chains. A noblewoman might possess wealth, but not autonomy. Her worth was tied to her womb, to her ability to produce heirs, preferably sons. Each birth was both a duty and a gamble. Childbirth was the leading cause of death among women of childbearing age. There was no anesthesia, no antiseptic, no understanding of infection. A single misstep, an unwashed hand, a torn membrane, a hemorrhage, could turn labor into a slow death. Women gave birth kneeling, clutching ropes, surrounded by midwives who prayed as much as they worked. The cries of the dying mother mingled with those of the newborn, and sometimes only one voice continued. Yet even survival brought no rest. The moment she healed, the cycle began again. Year after year, pregnancy after pregnancy, until her body gave out. A woman who failed to produce children was seen as cursed. Her worth diminished to almost nothing. A fertile woman, no matter how mistreated, was valuable. The difference between reverence and neglect was measured in her ability to bear life, not in her thoughts, her desires, or her pain. Violence was a constant companion. Husbands could strike their wives for disobedience, for poor work, for imagined slights. The law not only permitted it codified it. The church, too, reinforced submission as a virtue. Female silence was godly. Female independence, dangerous. Priests preached that women were weaker, more carnal, more easily led into sin. Eve's transgression became every woman's inheritance. They were the daughters of temptation, in need of male control. That belief, festering for centuries, would later erupt into the witch hunts, a fever born from fear of female power. But its roots were medieval. The conviction that a woman untethered from male rule was something unnatural, something that must be destroyed. For peasant women, the chains were physical as well as social. They worked the fields beside men, bent double from dawn to dusk, their hands raw, their backs twisted. They cooked, cleaned, birthed, buried. There was no privacy, no rest, no choice. To be born female was to enter a lifetime of service, to husband, to family, to God, without the right to question any of it. Yet, within that world of control, women found quiet ways to survive. They whispered to each other while kneading bread, shared herbs that eased pain, passed down fragments of knowledge older than the church that oppressed them. Their endurance was their rebellion. Unseen, unrecorded, but real. Still, for most, life remained a cage without a key. Freedom was an idea they never learned to imagine, because their world had no language for it. For the medieval woman, captivity was not a punishment. It was existence itself. The medieval peasant's greatest hope wasn't wealth, happiness, or even health. It was that he might die quickly when the time's on rather than slowly from starvation or disease, while still able to work his lord's fields. For the vast majority of men, freedom was a word without meaning. They were serfs, bound to the land as securely as the stones that walled it. A peasant could no more leave his village than he could sprout wings. His life, his labor, even his children, belonged not to himself, but to the Lord who ruled his soil. If he tried to escape, his absence was treated as theft, a stolen body, a stolen future. Punishment was swift and public, whipping, mutilation, sometimes hanging. The message was simple and absolute. You were born here, you will work here, and you will die here. The feudal system is often described in textbooks as a kind of mutual exchange. Protection in return for labor. But protection was a myth. When war came, the peasants were the first to suffer and the last to be spared. Their homes were burned, their food seized, their sons dragged into armies that fought for lords they had never met. The only thing mutual about feudalism was misery. Each day began before dawn and ended long after dusk. The fields were both workplace and prison yard, stretching endlessly beneath the same indifferent sky. Peasants ploughed, sowed, harvested, repaired. Not for themselves, but for others. Most of what they grew was claimed by their lord, another portion by the church, and yet another by the crown. What remained was rarely enough. A good harvest meant survival. A bad one meant famine. And famine meant death. Not just from hunger, but from the diseases that followed in its wake. The taxes were endless. A peasant owed labor to his lord. Several days each week spent tilling land that wasn't his. He owed grain, eggs, or livestock as rent. He owed tithes to the church. 1/10 of everything, no matter how little there was. Even death was taxed. When a serf died, the Lord could claim his best animal as payment for guarding the body. Life was a ledger that could never be balanced, a bill that could never be paid. And yet, despite his servitude, the peasant was still subject to the whims of those above him. A noble could claim his daughter for droit du seigneur, the supposed first-night right, an act of ownership disguised as privilege. Whether this custom was common or symbolic hardly mattered. The belief itself was enough to humiliate and terrify. The same nobles who preached honor lived by domination, and the church that should have condemned it often looked away. The toll of such a life showed early. A man of 30 looked 50, his back bent from years behind the plough, his hands split and calloused, his teeth long gone. Disease gnawed at him as steadily as the years did. Parasites, fevers, infections without names. There was no doctor to call, only the hope that the body would heal itself or that death would come mercifully fast. In this world, dreams were small things. A good harvest, a full belly in winter, a child who lived past infancy. Joy existed, but it was fleeting, hidden in moments between exhaustion. A shared drink, a song by the fire, the birth of the morning sun after another night of darkness. These fragments of humanity kept men alive in a system designed to break them. The medieval peasant was not free, but he endured. He endured the cold, the hunger, the humiliation. He endured because endurance was all that was left. His suffering was not the exception, but the foundation upon which the entire world rested. The quiet, unseen labor that fed kings, built cathedrals, and sustained empires. And above all this, above the mud and misery, loomed the one institution powerful enough to sanctify the suffering and call it holy. The medieval church promised that suffering on earth would be rewarded in heaven. A convenient message from an institution that owned more wealth than most kingdoms, and whose leaders lived in luxury that would make modern billionaires blush. To live in medieval Europe was to live under the shadow of the church. Its presence was everywhere. From the humblest village and chapel to the towering cathedrals that dominated the skyline. Bells marked the hours, prayers framed the day, and every birth, marriage, and death passed through the hands of a priest. The church was not simply a place of worship. It was the government, the bank, the law, and the conscience of Christendom. A single institution that claimed dominion over both the body and the soul. By the height of the Middle Ages, the church owned nearly a third of all land in Europe. That land yielded crops, rents, and taxes that flowed upward into the coffers of bishops and abbots. Every man and woman, no matter how poor, owed the tithe. 1/10 of their income or produce, paid not to their Lord, but to God's representatives. Failure to pay wasn't just a legal offense. It was a sin. The threat of damnation enforced what no army could. But the church's genius lay not just in collecting wealth. It was in turning every moment of existence into a transaction. To be born required baptism, and baptism required payment. To marry required blessing, and blessing required payment. Even to die cost money. Graves, funerals, prayers for the dead all came with a fee. The rich could afford elaborate ceremonies. The poor settled for the hope that a priest's whispered prayer might reach heaven even without silver to carry it and dirty it. And then came the indulgences. Perhaps the most audacious invention in religious history. For a price, a person could purchase forgiveness for their sins, not through repentance, but through coin. The church taught that sin created a spiritual debt, and indulgences were the payment plan. You could even buy pardons in advance. Forgiveness for sins not yet committed. It was salvation by subscription, a heavenly economy, where mercy was measured in gold. This spiritual marketplace extended beyond the grave. Families could pay for masses to be said for their dead. Each mass supposedly reducing the soul's time in purgatory. The wealthier the family, the shorter the stay. For the poor, eternity stretched longer, not because of sin, but because of poverty. Even heaven had become stratified. Behind this divine bureaucracy sat a hierarchy of men who preached humility while living like kings. Bishops resided in palaces lined with tapestries and drank wine from silver chalices. Monasteries, meant to embody simplicity and devotion, became fortresses of abundance. Their cellars brimmed with fine ale and meat, while peasants starved outside their gates. The church, which had begun as a movement of the poor, had transformed into Europe's greatest landlord. A spiritual empire financed by guilt. Knowledge, too, was part of its dominion. The Bible existed only in Latin, a language the common people could not read. Literacy was a privilege of the clergy, and thus so was truth. The word of God came filtered through the priest, who stood between heaven and earth like a gatekeeper. When he spoke not for himself, but for eternity. Questioning him was not disobedience. It was heresy. And heresy, in a world ruled by the church, was death. Yet the system thrived because it promised meaning to misery. The church told the poor that their suffering was holy, that their hunger mirrored Christ's, that their obedience would earn a reward no mortal could steal. It was a theology of endurance. Pain now, paradise later. The fewer questions one asked, the closer one came to God. And so the cycle continued. Gold and grain flowed upward, while fear and faith flowed downward. The church called it divine order. But beneath the incense and hymns lay a simple truth. Salvation had become a business, and God's name was its most valuable brand. Still, for such a vast empire of belief to endure, wealth alone was not enough. The people had to believe. Not just in heaven and hell, but in their own helplessness. And so the church turned its power inward, mastering the most profitable trade of all, the manufacture of fear. Medieval churches weren't just places of worship. They were psychological torture chambers where every surface screamed a single message. Step out of line, and you will burn forever. And unlike modern horror stories, medieval people believed every word. The power of the church was not built merely on gold or armies, but on imagination. Its true empire was the human mind. Every sermon, every painting, every ritual was designed to make the invisible feel real, to make the soul tremble at the thought of eternity. The church's weapon was fear, sharpened over centuries until it cut through reason itself. At the heart of this fear was hell, not as a symbol or a distant abstraction, but as a physical place of unending agony. The faithful were taught that hell lay beneath their very feet, a kingdom of fire and torment where demons tore at the flesh of the damned. It wasn't death they feared most, but what came after it. A single mortal sin, a law, a missed mass, a forbidden thought. could doom a soul forever. One mistake, one unconfessed word, and eternity was lost. For the illiterate masses, words alone weren't enough. The church made sure they saw what awaited them. Step into any cathedral, and you would find the walls alive with terror. Frescoes and carvings depicted sinners writhing in flames, devils dragging souls into boiling pits, priests and kings alike being devoured by monsters with human faces. The colors were vivid, the details grotesque. Each image was a sermon written in blood and shadow, a gallery of fear for those who could not read the scriptures but could still read pain. Children grew up beneath these images. They learned that God was love, yes, but a love that burned if you displeased it. The air in every church was thick with incense and guilt. The scent of salvation mingled with the smell of smoke and wax. People knelt, confessed, begged, and still feared they had not done enough. The church had mastered the art of keeping its flock on the edge of despair. Confession became the safety valve in this machine of terror. Only the priest, the church's representative, could absolve sin. Without confession, the gates of heaven were closed. But even confession came at a cost. Penance, prayer, payment. The system ensured that every act of forgiveness looped back into obligation. The soul was never truly free. It was merely leased for another day. The reach of fear extended even to newborns. The doctrine was clear. A baby who died before baptism could not enter heaven. They would linger in limbo, a place without joy, neither punished nor blessed. Parents rushed to baptize their infants as soon as they could afford the fee, terrified that a single fever could steal both their child's life and their salvation. The tragedy of infant death, already unbearable, was turned into a financial and spiritual transaction. For those who survived, the next stop after death was rarely heaven. The church invented purgatory, an in-between realm where souls suffered to burn away their sins. It was not eternal, but it was agonizing, and the length of one's stay could be shortened. For a price, families paid priests to say masses for the dead, each mass chipping away at centuries of torment. The poor sold their last possessions to save their loved ones from imaginary flames. Salvation had become a form of debt, and the church was its collector. Then came the relics, the bones, hair, and blood of saints that promised miracles. Every church claimed to have them. A fragment of the true cross, a vial of Christ's tears, a finger of a martyred saint. Pilgrims paid to see them, touch them, kiss them. The holier the relic, the greater the profit. Competition grew fierce and fraud flourished. Entire economies revolved around the buying and selling of sacred remains. Europe became a continent of holy graveyards, where even death had been turned into commerce. All of this worked because people truly believed they were living beneath the eyes of an all-seeing God. Heaven and hell were as real as sunrise and rain. The church didn't need armies to control the population. It had colonized their dreams. The fear of sin became self-policing. The people watched themselves, confessed themselves, condemned themselves. And if terror ever began to fade, the priests could reignite it with a sermon, a painting, a story whispered from the pulpit. Obey, they said, and you will be saved. Disobey, and you will burn forever. It was faith weaponized into obedience. A cathedral built not from stone and glass, but from guilt, dread, and silence. Yet even fear has its limits. In every era, there are those who begin to question, who look at the gilded cathedrals and wonder if holiness should cost so much. And when those voices rose, when someone dared to challenge the empire of heaven, the church was ready to remind the world what happens to those who speak against God's business. The medieval inquisitors' most terrifying tool wasn't the rack or the Iron Maiden. It was the question they asked as they lit the pyre beneath a heretic's feet. Would you like to recant your beliefs? Because they offered salvation until the very last moment, ensuring that victims died knowing they had chosen their agony. In the world of medieval faith, heresy was not simply disagreement. It was infection, a disease of the soul that threatened to spread through words, whispers, even thoughts. To question the church was to endanger eternity itself, not only your own, but everyone's. Heresy was treason against heaven, a crime worse than murder, because murder killed the body. But heresy, they said, killed the soul. And for that, there could be no mercy. The Inquisition was not chaos. It was order perfected. It operated with chilling precision. A bureaucracy of belief designed to identify, isolate, and extinguish dissent. Priests became investigators, confessors became informants, and salvation became conditional on obedience. Every city, every village was part of a vast network of surveillance where piety was measured by fear. It began with accusation. Anyone could denounce anyone. A neighbor, a friend, a relative. A careless word spoken at supper could become evidence of blasphemy. The accused were summoned, often without knowing their crime. Once taken, they vanished into the church's custody, where the light of day gave way to the dim torchlight of interrogation chambers. Torture was not punishment, it was procedure. The goal was confession, not truth. And confession, once extracted, was considered proof. The instruments were designed with a cruel intelligence, the rack to stretch joints until they cracked, the strappado to dislocate shoulders, the thumbscrew to grind bone to pulp. There were tools for tearing flesh, for crushing limbs, for ensuring that pain was total but survivable. The victim's body became a scripture written in suffering, and the inquisitors read it like priests, interpreting divine will. But physical torment was only part of the machinery. Sleep deprivation, isolation, endless questioning. These were weapons of the mind. The accused were told their souls were already damned unless they confess. They were promised redemption if they repented. Yet their repentance was used to condemn them. It was a system designed to make truth irrelevant. The church's mercy could break a person more completely than its cruelty. Some of the most infamous cases were not isolated incidents but campaigns. In southern France, the Cathars, Christians who preached simplicity and rejected the church's wealth, were declared heretics. What followed was not a trial but a crusade. Entire towns were erased. Men, women, and children were slaughtered for the sin of worshipping differently. When asked how to distinguish heretics from the faithful, one papal legate reportedly said, "Kill them all. God will know his own." And when the killing was done, the church gave the spectacle a name, auto da fe, the act of faith. These were public events, meant not to hide the horror, but to sanctify it. Thousands gathered to watch. Priests sang hymns, while heretics were paraded through the streets in their penitent robes, the symbols of their sins painted on their chests. They were offered one final chance to repent. If they refused, the pyre was lit, and the flames rose as the crowd prayed. Smoke curled into the sky like incense, carrying the scent of obedience. Even those who escaped the fire did not escape the sentence. A recanted heretic might be spared death only to face a slower ruin. Lifelong imprisonment, confiscation of property, permanent exile from their community. They wore marks on their clothing that branded them as once faithless, condemned to live as walking reminders of divine justice. The church called this mercy. In truth, it was a life stripped of everything but fear. What made the Inquisition so powerful was not merely its violence, but its ability to turn ordinary people into its instruments. Parents informed on children, friends testified against friends. Not because they hated them, but because they loved their souls. The Inquisition did not need monsters, it needed believers. It thrived on the most dangerous conviction of all: that cruelty could be holy when performed in the name of salvation. For centuries, this architecture of terror held Europe in its grip. People no longer needed to be chained because the fear of eternal pain was chain enough. The church had discovered the ultimate control, not over actions, but over thoughts. A prison not of walls, but of conscience. And when the fires finally dimmed and the echoes of the chants faded into silence, one truth remained. Belief itself, when wedded to power, can become the most exquisite instrument of destruction. When archaeologists examine medieval skeletons, they don't look for signs of starvation during famines. They look for the brief periods of adequate nutrition, because those are the anomalies that need explaining. The popular image of the Middle Ages is one of endless feasting. Long oak tables sagging under roasted boar, golden loaves, steaming pies, and overflowing jugs of ale. We picture laughter echoing through great halls, meat being carved with silver knives, servants rushing to refill cups. It's a vision of plenty, of medieval abundance. But like so much else in that imagined past, the feast is a lie. For nearly everyone who lived beneath the banners and battlements, food was not a daily joy, but a daily fear. The grand banquets we picture, those candlelit feasts of legend, were rare performances of wealth, staged by nobles a few times a year to display power and generosity. The audience wasn't the poor, it was their peers. For the rest of the year, even those same nobles ate modestly compared to the myth, while the peasants, the vast majority of the population, survived on what the land grudgingly gave them. The reality of medieval eating was monotony. Bread was the cornerstone of existence, not by choice, but by necessity. The quality of that bread told you exactly who you were. The wealthy ate loaves of fine white wheat, soft and sweet. Craftsmen and merchants ate brown bread, made from coarser flour. And at the bottom of the pyramid were the peasants, whose bread was a dense, dark lump of ground barley, rye, and whatever else could be scraped from the fields. Sometimes even tree bark or ground peas were added to stretch the dough. The bread served not only as food, but as plate, soaking up whatever thin stew or porridge might accompany it. Most days, meals were variations on the same theme. Grain porridge flavored with onions, leeks, or cabbage if available. Meat was a luxury rarely tasted. A family might have salted pork or dried fish on holy days or harvest festivals. But for the rest of the year, flesh was something to go to dream about, not eat. Even milk and eggs, which we think of as staples, Some were often reserved for sale or payment rather than consumption. To eat them was to diminish your ability to pay rent or tithes. Fresh vegetables were seasonal, fragile, and limited. Winter reduced diets to what could be stored: hard roots, dried beans, and the grain that formed the bulk of every meal. Fat was precious, sugar nearly unknown, and salt, essential for preservation, was so valuable it was sometimes used as currency. The human body became a reflection of the land, lean, weary, and constantly craving. And yet, the cruelest hunger came not in famine, but in the rhythm of the year itself. Even in good harvests, the supply of food began to dwindle by early spring. These were the hungry months. When granaries ran low, livestock grew thin, and seeds had to be rationed for planting rather than eating. Bread baked from old grain was often moldy, crawling with insects and sour enough to make people sick. But it was that or nothing. Children learned early to chew carefully and to ignore what they swallowed. Meanwhile, the image of the feast survived, preserved in manuscripts and cookbooks written by and for the rich. Those texts, filled with exotic spices and intricate recipes, distort our vision of the past. They make it seem as though medieval life was a grand table where everyone somehow was invited to eat. But the truth is that almost no one was. For most people, hunger was not an emergency. It was the background hum of existence, the constant pressure shaping every decision. Marriage, labor, faith, all bent beneath its weight. The promise of heaven, the authority of the church, even the obedience to one's Lord, all found their roots in the same fear, that tomorrow there might be nothing left to eat. The medieval feast was real, but only for a handful of the living. For everyone else, it existed only in rumor and imagination, a vision of fullness in a world defined by emptiness. During the Great Famine, medieval chroniclers stopped writing about the horrors they witnessed. Not because the famine ended, but because what people were doing to survive was too disturbing to record, even in Latin texts that common people couldn't read. To be medieval was to live under the constant shadow of hunger. Starvation wasn't a rare disaster. It was a rhythm of existence. Every generation faced it. The inevitable collapse that came when weather, war, or plague tilted the fragile balance of survival too far. The fields could feed, but only just. A single bad harvest meant hardship. Two meant death. And when famine came, it arrived slowly, almost politely at first. A few failed crops, a dry season, a rumor from the next village that people were running out of grain. Then it spread like a sickness. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1322 was the worst in living memory. For 7 years, Europe starved. Rain fell endlessly, drowning fields and rotting seed. Rivers overflowed, washing away mills and livestock. Grain that sprouted in the ground turned black with mold, unfit for man or beast. The harvest failed once, then again, then again. By the 3rd year, the old reserves were gone. At first, people tightened belts, diluted soups, and prayed. When that wasn't enough, they began to eat their seed grain. The very kernels meant for next season's planting. It was survival borrowed from the future. When that too ran out, they slaughtered their animals. First the pigs and goats, then the cows that ploughed the fields, and finally the horses that carried them. It was a spiral of necessity that devoured the world's ability to recover. When the animals were gone, people turned to whatever could be chewed. Grass, bark stripped from trees, roots, moss, leather belts balled until they softened enough to swallow. Chronicles from the time describe the smell of boiled hides drifting through towns like ghostly smoke. The fortunate few still found something to eat. The poor began to vanish. And then the stories darkened. Cats, dogs, and rats became food. Graves were disturbed. Bodies, once buried with reverence, were taken by the desperate. There are accounts, brief, hesitant, of parents trading or consuming the flesh of the dead. Not all historians agree on how widespread it was, but the silence of chroniclers speaks louder than words. They who wrote of miracles and martyrdom could not bring themselves to describe what hunger made people do. Society unraveled. Families abandoned their weakest members to save the stronger. Children were left in churchyards with the faint hope that charity might feed them. Villages locked their gates against outsiders. Theft became survival, and murder necessity. The bonds that held communities together, faith, family, law, broke under the weight of empty stomachs. The rich fared better, but not untouched. Nobles fortified their estates, hoarding grain behind stone walls. Armed guards patrolled the storehouses, while peasants gathered outside, begging for scraps or breaking in by force. Some uprisings followed. Not political revolutions, but the rebellions of hunger. Desperate men and women stormed barns and granaries. Those who were caught were executed. But it made little difference. The dead could not eat, and the living had nothing to lose. The church, meanwhile, declared the famine a divine punishment. Priests led processions through the mud, chanting prayers for forgiveness, while their monasteries kept full cellars of preserved food. The faithful were told to repent, to endure, to trust that their suffering was holy. The poor knelt in the rain and prayed for bread, while the bells tolled for yet another funeral. By the time the famine finally ended, an entire generation had been marked by it. Between 1 in 10 and 1 in 4 people across Northern Europe were torn. Not killed in war, but erased by the slow arithmetic of hunger. The survivors carried its memory like a wound, a quiet fear that lingered long after the skies cleared. For them, famine was not a singular event, but a certainty, as much a part of life as birth or death. They lived in a system that could feed them only when the weather was kind and the harvest merciful. And neither was guaranteed. The Great Famine did not end hunger in Europe. It simply reminded everyone, kings and peasants alike, how thin the line was between civilization and the beast of starvation waiting just beyond it. The medieval farmer stood in his field at dawn, wooden plough in hand, and stared at soil that would betray him. The plough itself was little more than a sharpened stick reinforced with iron, if he was fortunate enough to have iron. It scratched the surface of the earth, turning over perhaps 3 or 4 inches of topsoil, barely enough to bury seed. The deeper, nutrient-rich layers below remained untouched, locked away beneath ground that had been farmed the same way for generations. He knew this. Every farmer knew this. They could see that the soil grew thinner each year, that crops came up weaker, that the land itself seemed tired. But there was nothing to be done. A better plough, one with a proper moldboard that could cut deep and turn the soil completely, cost more than a peasant family would see in 5 years. And even if he could afford it, Even if he saved every spare coin and somehow purchased this miracle of engineering, the extra grain he produced would simply mean higher taxes. His lord would take it. The system guaranteed that improvement led only to greater extraction. So he planted the same poor quality seed his family had planted last year, and the year before, and the year before that. The best grain, the largest, healthiest kernels, went to the Lord as rent and taxes. What remained for planting was small, damaged, barely viable. Medieval farmers were slowly breeding their crops backward, selecting for weakness generation after generation, because strength was a luxury they couldn't afford to keep. They understood this perfectly. In taverns and fields, they spoke about it with the resigned clarity of people watching their own slow destruction. But understanding changed nothing. The field stretched before him in long, narrow strips. His family saw allocations scattered across 3 massive open fields that served the entire village. He farmed a strip here, another strip 200 yards away, a third strip on the far side of the village. This medieval open field system made consolidated improvement impossible. You couldn't drain one strip because your neighbor's strip would still flood yours. You couldn't experiment with new crops because the village planted and harvested collectively by ancient custom. And when disease came, rust or blight or mildew, it swept through the continuous monoculture like fire through dry grass, destroying everything because there was no diversity, no separation, no variation that might slow its spread. Beyond this, there was the simple, brutal mathematics of muscle. Medieval agriculture amplified human effort through oxen, nothing more. No machines existed that could multiply the work of hands and backs. A farmer could plow only as much as his animals could pull, harvest only as much as his family could cut with sickles, thresh only as much as could be beaten with flails. The energy input was biological. The farmer's calories, the ox's calories, both derived from the very grain they were trying to produce. When harvests failed, oxen died or were slaughtered for emergency food, which meant the next year's ploughing would be even harder, covering even less ground, producing even less food. The cycle fed itself downward, and this created the true trap, the one that closed around entire societies. Poor nutrition meant weak farmers. Weak farmers meant less effective labor. Less effective labor meant smaller harvests. Smaller harvests meant worse nutrition. Medieval chronicles are filled with observations about this cycle. Descriptions of peasants too exhausted to work, lying in fields they couldn't finish ploughing, children too weak to scare birds from ripening grain. Everyone could see it happening. No one could stop it. The feudal system itself prevented every potential solution. Better tools required capital investment that serfs couldn't make because they owned nothing. Collective improvements required coordination across estates that lords wouldn't permit because it might reduce their individual control. Innovation required risk, trying new methods that might fail. But failure meant starvation, and starvation meant death. So the safe path was doing what had always been done, even as what had always been done led slowly toward collapse. Medieval farmers knew what would help. They could list the improvements: deeper ploughing, more livestock, manure management, crop rotation beyond simple fallow periods, pest control, selective breeding of better seed. They weren't stupid. They weren't ignorant. They were trapped in a system where implementing solutions meant surrendering even more to lords who already took everything. The incentive structure made improvement suicidal. This created what later economists would call the Malthusian trap, though medieval people experienced it without needing a name. During good periods, a string of favorable summers, a decade without major plague, populations would slowly grow. More children survived, villages expanded. Then suddenly the land couldn't support the numbers it had produced. Famine came like clockwork, killing the excess population back down to sustainable levels. And the cycle would begin again. Medieval society rode this wave up and down across centuries, never breaking free, never able to accumulate enough surplus to cushion the falls or enable the innovations that might have prevented them. They died within sight of solutions they understood but couldn't implement, starving in a trap built by human systems rather than natural limits. You sat down to dinner in medieval Europe, and the meal before you was already at war with your body. The bread was dark, dense, and slightly bitter. Normal, as far as you knew. What you couldn't see were the purple-black kernels of ergot fungus mixed into the rye flour, microscopic poison that had infiltrated the grain in the field and survived the baking process intact. Within hours, your fingers would begin to tingle. By tomorrow, they might start to blacken. In a week, if you'd eaten enough contaminated bread, those fingers could simply fall off, the tissue dying while you watched, gangrene consuming your extremities as though you'd been frostbitten in summer. This was ergotism, called St. Anthony's fire by people who had no concept of fungal contamination. They prayed to saints while their hands and feet rotted away, while hallucinations seized their minds, while their muscles convulsed in seizures that felt like burning from within. The cause was dinner. Just dinner. Medieval people ate poison regularly because they had no framework for understanding contamination. Bacteria, parasites, toxins, these concepts didn't exist in their worldview. Food was food. If it looked like bread, it was bread. If it looked like meat, it was meat. The fact that these substances might harbor invisible killers was as incomprehensible as suggesting the air itself was dangerous. So they ate what they had. And what they had was often lethal. The meat on your table had likely been dead for days, possibly weeks if it was preserved. Refrigeration didn't exist. Ice was available only to the very wealthy, and only in winter. So meat hung in larders that were barely cooler than the outside air, slowly decomposing, hosting bacterial colonies that multiplied with each passing hour. By the time it reached your plate, it might be distinctly green, the smell overwhelming. This is where spices became valuable, not as luxury flavoring, but as necessity. Pepper, cinnamon, cloves, these weren't about making food taste good. They were about making spoiled food taste like something other than rot. The spice trade that defined medieval economics was fundamentally a trade in masking death. People paid extraordinary prices for substances that would help them to stomach meat that was literally putrefying. And yet spoiled meat was still preferable to no meat at all, so people ate it, accepting the stomach cramps, the diarrhea, the fever that often followed. They had no way to connect these symptoms to the food itself. Illness was attributed to humoral imbalance, bad air, divine punishment, anything except the obvious culprit sitting on the plate. Water presented its own impossible dilemma. Medieval water sources were contaminated with everything human settlements produced. Waste, human and animal, drained into rivers, wells, and streams. People washed clothes in the same water they drank. Animals were slaughtered near water sources. Latrines emptied into groundwater. The result was that drinking water was a bacterial suspension. rich with pathogens that caused dysentery, cholera, and typhoid. Medieval people understood in a vague way that water made them sick. They could observe the correlation even without understanding causation. So they developed a solution. They drank beer instead. Weak beer, small beer, barely alcoholic. But the brewing process, which involved boiling, killed enough bacteria to make it safer than raw water. This meant that medieval populations, including children, consumed alcohol throughout the day, every day. They lived in a mild state of perpetual intoxication, not by choice but by necessity, because sobriety meant drinking death. The bread itself, even when it wasn't contaminated with ergot, was often adulterated with substances that had no business being food. Flour was expensive, so bakers stretched it with whatever was available: sawdust, chalk, ground beans, even powdered stone. These fillers made the bread heavier, made it seem more substantial, but they also made it indigestible. Medieval stomachs processed material that human digestive systems couldn't break down, leading to chronic intestinal inflammation, malnutrition despite eating, and abdominal pain that people accepted as a permanent feature of existence. You could eat your fill and still be starving because what you were eating wasn't actually food. Then there were the parasites. If you lived in medieval Europe, you almost certainly had worms. Intestinal parasites were so common that their symptoms, weakness, anemia, abdominal cramping, visible worms in stool, were considered our normal parts of being human. Tapeworms could grow to lengths of 30 feet inside human intestines, consuming nutrition meant for their host. Roundworms migrated through body tissues, sometimes reaching the lungs or liver. These weren't rare infections. They were universal. Every medieval person was hosting other organisms that competed for the calories they desperately needed. This meant that even adequate food intake couldn't sustain proper health because much of that nutrition was being diverted to parasitic worms. People acquired these parasites through food. Undercooked pork carried tapeworm larvae, unwashed vegetables harbored roundworm eggs. Contaminated water contained multiple parasitic species. But with no understanding of disease transmission, there was no way to prevent infection. You ate what was available, and what was available was contaminated. Food storage compounded every problem. Even when harvests were adequate, even when people had successfully acquired food, that food would often rot before it could be consumed. Storage spaces were dark, damp, and warm, perfect environments for mold, insects, and rodents. Grain stored for winter would become infested with weevils, the flour alive with movement. Stored vegetables would rot from the inside, appearing sound on the outside while liquefying within. Preserved meat would develop mold cultures that people would scrape off before cooking, not understanding that the toxins had already penetrated deep into the tissue. Medieval people were constantly racing against decomposition, trying to eat food before it became completely inedible, and often losing that race. This created a surreal situation where having food didn't necessarily mean having safety. A full larder was no guarantee against poisoning. The act of satisfying hunger could simultaneously introduce diseases that would kill slowly. Parasitic infections that would weaken you over years. Ergot poisoning that would claim your limbs. Bacterial contamination that would ravage your intestines. Every meal was a calculated risk, though the calculation was impossible because the risks were invisible. Medieval people sometimes spoke of food with a kind of suspicion that seems paranoid until you understand the context. Food could betray you. Bread could steal your mind and your fingers. Meat could burn through your stomach. Water could empty your body of fluids until you died of thirst despite drinking constantly. These weren't superstitions. They were pattern recognition without scientific framework. Accurate observations of real phenomena, interpreted through the only lens available. And so people ate, because the alternative was certain death, while the food itself offered only probable death in turn. They fed contaminated bread to their children, because starving children die faster than poisoned ones. They consumed spoiled meat because protein was too valuable to waste, even when that protein was rotting. They drank from wells they knew made them sick, because beer was expensive and thirst was immediate. The body became a battlefield where food was both ammunition and enemy fire, necessary and dangerous in equal measure, and there was no way to stop fighting. When you fell ill in medieval Europe, the worst decision you could make was to seek help from a physician. These men arrived in their long robes, carrying their authority from universities that had taught them nothing true. And they examined you with absolute confidence in methods that were absolute fantasy. They held up your urine to the light, studying its color with the intensity of alchemists reading prophecy. Sometimes they tasted it, actually put your bodily waste in their mouths, because they believed that sweetness or bitterness revealed imbalance in your humors. Then they consulted astrological charts to determine whether the planets were properly aligned for treatment. Only after these elaborate rituals would they decide on a course of action, and that action would almost certainly make you worse. The foundation of everything they did was wrong. Medieval medicine rested entirely on the ancient Greek theory of the four humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. According to this framework, health meant balance between these four substances, and illness meant imbalance. The theory was elegant, logical, and completely disconnected from reality. But it was ancient. Therefore, it was treated as unquestionable truth. And generations of physicians built their entire practice on this fiction. Every diagnosis traced back to humoral imbalance. Every treatment aimed to restore equilibrium. And because the underlying premise was false, every intervention was somewhere between useless and fatal. Bloodletting embodied this lethal confidence perfectly. Your body was fighting an infection, your immune system desperately working, your energy depleted, and the doctor would cut open your veins and drain your blood into a bowl. The logic seemed sound within their framework. You had too much blood. That excess was causing fever and inflammation. Removing the surplus would restore balance. In reality, they were bleeding patients who were already weakened, reducing the oxygen-carrying capacity of people whose bodies needed every resource available. People died from the cure itself, their faces going pale, their consciousness fading, while doctors nodded approvingly at the bad blood leaving their system. The practice killed countless people across centuries, and it remained standard medical procedure because the theory said it should work, and questioning the theory was forbidden. Surgery was even worse. When amputation was necessary, when limbs had to be removed to save lives, there was no anesthesia for most people. Wealthy patients might receive alcohol or opium to dull the pain, slightly. Everyone else got a leather strap to bite down on, and people to hold them still while the surgeon went to work. The saw cut through flesh and bone while you screamed and convulsed. Then came cauterization. Red-hot irons pressed directly onto the stump to seal blood vessels, the smell of your own burning flesh filling your nostrils while you remained fully conscious, fully aware, fully experiencing every second. If you survived the shock and the agony, infection would likely finish you anyway, because the tools were rarely cleaned. The same saw and knife moved from patient to patient, carrying bacteria like invisible assassins. Some procedures seemed designed purely for torture. Trepanation involved drilling holes directly into the skull, supposedly to release evil spirits or relieve pressure from headaches. Surgeons would bore through bone using hand-cranked drills, with no pain relief, creating openings in the skull through which they believed harmful influences could escape. Some patients survived this. How they survived it without dying from shock or infection remains a mystery that speaks more to human resilience than medical skill. Diagnosis itself was elaborate theatre. Physicians would spend long periods examining urine flasks, comparing color to charts, pronouncing judgments with absolute authority based on whether the liquid was cloudy or clear, pale or dark. They believed they could diagnose pregnancy, liver disease, kidney problems, even poisoning, all from urine appearance and taste. The fact that they were consistently wrong didn't diminish their confidence because their framework allowed them to explain away failures. If treatment didn't work, it meant the humors were more severely imbalanced than initially thought, or the planets had shifted unfavorably, or the patient had moral failings that prevented healing. The treatments themselves read like recipes for accelerated death. Mercury was prescribed for syphilis, which meant patients suffered mercury poisoning, tremors, tooth loss, brain damage, on top of their original disease. Theriac, promoted as a universal cure-all, contained up to 70 ingredients including viper flesh, opium, and crushed gemstones. It didn't cure anything, but it was expensive, so people believed in its power. Wounds were packed with poultices made from animal dung, rotting meat, and crushed insects, introducing more infection into already compromised tissue. Plague victims were told to sit near open sewers because the bad air from the sewer would supposedly balance the bad air, causing their illness, a treatment that probably exposed them to additional diseases while doing nothing for the plague. The people practicing this medicine were often barely qualified. Barbers performed surgery simply because they owned sharp razors and were comfortable with blades. Monks dispensed medical advice despite having no anatomical knowledge, basing their treatments on scripture and tradition. Even trained physicians had usually never seen inside a human body. Dissection was forbidden by the church for most of the medieval period. So doctors learned anatomy from ancient texts that were filled with errors and imagination. They operated on living patients without understanding what organs did or where major blood vessels ran. Pain relief was effectively non-existent. Childbirth, surgery, broken bones, severe injuries, all endured, without effective medication. Women gave birth in agony that could last days. Patients undergoing surgery experienced every cut, every bone sore, every cauterization in full sensory detail. People with chronic conditions lived in permanent pain that never diminished because there was nothing to give them. The lucky patients, perversely, were those too poor to afford doctors. Their bodies at least had the chance to heal themselves without medical intervention actively killing them. The peasant with a broken leg who couldn't afford a physician might recover naturally. The wealthy patient who could afford treatment might end up purged, covered in dung poultices, and significantly worse off than when treatment began. Medieval medicine persisted in this state for centuries because the institutions controlling medical education, primarily the church, forbade questioning ancient authorities. Galen and Hippocrates had written about the humours, therefore the humours were real. Asking for evidence, proposing experiments, suggesting that perhaps bloodletting wasn't helping. These ideas were treated as dangerous heresies. So people died under medical care that was utterly confident in its effectiveness, while their bodies screamed otherwise. The ships appeared in European harbours in 1347, their holds filled with silk and spices from the east, and with something else that no one could see. Infected rats and the fleas that fed on them. Within months, death had begun moving through Europe like a sentient thing, something that walked from town to town, house to house, selecting victims with no pattern anyone could understand. The Black Death had arrived, and it would kill between 1/3 and 1/2 of everyone alive on the continent. Not soldiers, not criminals, not the old and weak exclusively. Everyone. Entire bloodlines, whole villages, professions, generations. The plague was indiscriminate in a way that shattered every medieval assumption about divine justice and natural order. The symptoms appeared suddenly, often without warning, of fever, weakness. Then the buboes, swellings in the lymph nodes that grew to the size of apples, appearing in the groin, armpits, and neck. These weren't simple swellings. They were agonizing, the pressure building until the skin stretched tight and shiny, and then they would rupture, releasing pus and blood that reeked of decay. The victim's skin would darken as hemorrhaging spread beneath the surface, creating the black patches that gave the disease its name. In the pneumonic variant, which attacked the lungs, victims coughed up blood in violent fits, drowning internally while their bodies remained otherwise intact. Death came quickly, sometimes within 3 days, sometimes within hours. You could wake healthy and be dead by sunset. Medieval society had no framework for understanding what was happening. Disease, in their worldview, came from God's displeasure, bad air, astrological misalignment, or moral corruption. None of these explanations helped when everyone was dying, regardless of piety, class, or behavior. The plague killed priests and sinners alike. It took children who'd committed no sins and left murderers untouched. The randomness was perhaps more terrifying than the symptoms themselves, because it meant there was no protection, no bargaining, no way to make yourself safe through righteousness or ritual. The responses ranged from desperate to deranged. Quarantine seemed logical. Separate the sick from the healthy. But medieval quarantine meant sealing infected families inside their homes, boarding up doors and windows, leaving them to die together in the dark while guards prevented escape. Entire households perished this way, the last survivors too weak to bury the first victims, dying among corpses that had been their family. Some cities refused entry to travelers, posting guards to turn away anyone who might be infected, which often meant turning away people who were fleeing the plague in other regions, sending them back towards certain death. The need for someone to blame created its own horrors. Jewish communities were accused of poisoning wells, a conspiracy theory that made no sense given that Jewish people were dying from plague too. But sense wasn't required. Entire Jewish populations were massacred, burned alive in their synagogues, thrown into mass graves, driven from cities by mobs convinced they were destroying the source of God's wrath. The scapegoating provided psychological relief while accomplishing nothing against the actual disease. Flagellant movements swept through towns, processions of people who stripped to the waist and whipped themselves bloody in public squares, convinced that physical suffering would appease an angry God. They marched from town to town, blood streaming down their backs, chanting prayers and prophecies of doom. Their processions probably spread the plague faster by moving infected people between communities, but they continued because doing something, anything, felt better than helpless waiting. Doctors appeared in their distinctive costumes, long waxed coats and bird-like masks with glass eye coverings and long beaks stuffed with herbs and flowers. The theory was that bad air caused plague, so the aromatic herbs would filter out the corruption. In reality, the costumes did nothing. Doctors died at alarming rates. But the image persisted because it gave the appearance of expertise, of special knowledge, even as that knowledge proved utterly worthless. Bodies accumulated faster than they could be buried, mass graves, long trenches into which corpses were layered like firewood, filled and required more. In some cities, bodies simply piled in streets because there was no one left to move them. The living walked past the dead, averting their eyes, covering their faces, praying they wouldn't be next. Chroniclers stopped recording individual deaths and started writing in fractions and approximations. Half the monastery died, 2/3 of our parish, the entire household of the merchant across the street. Death became a statistic because it was too vast to comprehend as individual tragedies. Social bonds disintegrated under terror. Families abandoned sick members, leaving them alone to die because proximity to plague victims seemed to spread the disease. An observation that was actually correct, though they didn't understand why. Priests refused to give last rites, unwilling to enter plague houses even as their theology insisted these final sacraments were necessary for salvation. Parents fled from dying children. Children fled from dying parents. The basic human instinct for self-preservation overwhelmed bonds that had seemed unbreakable. The Church's authority fractured. Prayer didn't work. Relics didn't work. Pilgrimages didn't work. Saints remained silent while their supplicants died in agony. Clergy died at rates higher than the general population, precisely because they initially tried to fulfill their duties, attending to the sick and dying, which exposed them more heavily. When priests began refusing these duties out of fear, it revealed that the supposed spiritual protectors were as terrified and helpless as everyone else. The theological explanations became harder to maintain when everyone could see that righteousness provided no defense. The plague didn't come once and leave. It returned. Every few years, another outbreak would sweep through, smaller than the first but still devastating. Medieval people lived with the knowledge that the plague was always somewhere, always potentially returning, that any summer might bring back the dying season. This created a permanent culture of death anxiety, a baseline expectation that catastrophe could arrive without warning and erase everything you knew. Yet the catastrophe created change precisely because it was so complete, too. The massive death toll meant labor suddenly became scarce. Surviving peasants could demand higher wages because lords needed workers more than workers needed any particular lord. Property consolidated as survivors inherited from multiple dead relatives. The feudal system began to crack under these economic pressures. The plague killed the medieval world not just physically but structurally, destroying so many people that the systems built to control them could no longer function. Death walked through Europe for years, and when it finally slowed, the world it left behind was different, smaller, haunted, and beginning slowly to break free from the chains that had made it so vulnerable in the first place. Medieval people woke each morning into a universe that wanted them dead. Not metaphorically, not in some abstract philosophical sense. They believed with absolute conviction that invisible malevolent forces surrounded them constantly, seeking opportunities to destroy their bodies, corrupt their souls, and drag them into eternal torment. The world wasn't neutral, nature wasn't indifferent. Everything that happened, every illness, every accident, every misfortune, was the result of supernatural intention, either divine punishment or demonic attack. There was no such thing as bad luck. There was only the cosmic war between good and evil, and you were caught in the crossfire, whether you understood it or not. This wasn't a fringe belief held by the superstitious or uneducated. This was the fundamental framework through which every medieval person, from peasant to king, understood reality. Demons were real. They were numerous. They were active. Church doctrine confirmed it. Scripture described it. Every authority figure reinforced it. The evidence seemed overwhelming. Why else would children die in their sleep? Why would crops fail one year and flourish the next? Why would a healthy person suddenly collapse, convulsing and speaking in voices that weren't their own? The natural explanations we take for granted, bacteria, weather patterns, epilepsy, didn't exist in medieval consciousness. What existed was an invisible army of demons that could enter your body, possess your mind, ruin your harvest, and appear in forms designed to deceive you. Demons could look like anything. A black cat crossing your path wasn't just an animal. It might be a demon scouting for victims. A wolf lingering near the village could be something far worse than a wolf. Beautiful strangers appearing suddenly might be demonic entities sent to lead you into sexual sin and damnation. Your own neighbor, if they behaved strangely or suffered suspicious misfortunes, might be harboring demonic influence or practicing witchcraft. The paranoia this created was inescapable. You couldn't trust your senses because demons were masters of deception. You couldn't trust appearances because the most beautiful form might hide the most corrupt entity. You couldn't even fully trust your own thoughts because demons could whisper suggestions that felt like your own ideas, leading you gradually towards sin without you recognizing the source. This made medieval life a constant exercise in supernatural vigilance. People carried blessed objects, herbs sanctified by priests, small pouches containing fragments of saints' relics, amulets inscribed with prayers that they threw holy water on thresholds, carved protective symbols above doorways, and recited specific prayers at specific times to create spiritual barriers against demonic intrusion. These weren't optional rituals or superstitious extras. They were survival necessities in a world where invisible predators waited for any lapse in spiritual defense. Going to sleep without proper prayers was like leaving your door unlocked in a dangerous neighborhood. Except the intruders were infinitely more dangerous than human thieves. Every misfortune required supernatural explanation. Your child died in infancy? Either God was punishing you for hidden sins, or a demon had claimed an innocent soul. Possibly because you'd failed in your protective rituals. Your cow stopped giving milk. witchcraft from an envious neighbor, or demonic interference as punishment for some transgression. You fell from your horse and broke your leg, divine warning or demonic attack, or possession causing you to lose control of your body. The concept of accident, of events occurring without purpose or intention, was essentially absent. Everything meant something. Everything was part of the cosmic struggle. This worldview made scientific inquiry nearly impossible. Why investigate natural causes when you already knew the real cause was supernatural? Medieval scholars spent enormous intellectual energy debating theological questions. How many angels could fit on a pinhead? Whether demons could reproduce? What form the resurrected body would take? While virtually ignoring empirical observation of the actual world. Studying nature seemed pointless when nature was just the stage where supernatural forces acted out their conflicts. You don't study the stage to understand the play. The real action was invisible, spiritual, and already explained by scripture and church teaching. The omnipresence of death reinforced this framework relentlessly. When you watched your healthy child sicken and die within days, when plague took half your village in a summer, when women died in childbirth, despite prayers and preparation, when adults collapsed in fields and never rose, the randomness was unbearable. Human psychology needs meaning. We need causes. We need to believe that terrible things happen for reasons. Because if they're random, then we're completely helpless. Medieval people chose, or perhaps were psychologically compelled toward, a worldview that gave every tragedy meaning, even if that meaning was terrifying. Your child didn't die randomly. God took them for a purpose, or demons claimed them because of spiritual vulnerability. This was horrible. But it was less horrible than the truth. That children simply die sometimes, for no reason. And nothing you do can prevent it. The belief system also made medieval people extraordinarily vulnerable to manipulation. If demons were real and constantly active, then anyone could be accused of demonic connection, strange behavior, possession, unusual success, pact with Satan, different beliefs, demonic deception. The accusation was nearly impossible to disprove because the accused person couldn't demonstrate the absence of invisible demonic influence. This created conditions for witch hunts, persecutions, and moral panics, where entire communities could turn on individuals based on nothing but suspicion and supernatural accusation. The logic was internally consistent. If demons exist and actively recruit human servants, then some people must be witches. If some people are witches, then unusual or unpopular people are the most likely suspects. Once suspicion focused on someone, their guilt was almost predetermined. Women faced particular vulnerability in this framework. Church teaching associated women with Eve's original sin, with sexual temptation, with lesser spiritual strength. This meant women were theoretically more susceptible to demonic influence, more likely to make pacts with Satan, more dangerous as vectors of corruption. An old woman living alone who kept cats and knew herb lore, a person who in reality was just surviving through practical knowledge, became a perfect target for witchcraft accusations. Her knowledge seemed suspicious in a world where knowledge itself could be demonic. Mental illness, which we now understand as brain chemistry, and neurological conditions, was interpreted entirely through this demonic lens. Hearing voices, demonic possession. Behavioral changes, demonic influence. Depression and mania, schizophrenia. All manifestations of demonic activity. This meant that people suffering from these conditions were treated not with medicine or compassion, but with exorcism, imprisonment, or execution. The illness was evidence of moral failure or insufficient spiritual protection, which added shame and religious terror to whatever suffering the condition itself caused. Even children weren't exempt from this worldview. They were taught from earliest consciousness that demons lurked everywhere, that sin could damn them eternally, that they must maintain constant vigilance against invisible corruption. Childhood in the medieval world included indoctrination into perpetual supernatural anxiety. The monsters under the bed weren't imaginary fears to be outgrown. They were real threats confirmed by every authority figure. This created adults whose baseline state included supernatural paranoia as normal, expected, rational. The medieval mind operated in a horror movie that never ended, where the monsters were invisible, infinitely deceptive, and confirmed by every institution to be absolutely real. Modern people can barely imagine sustaining this level of supernatural fear across an entire lifetime. But medieval people had no choice. The framework was totalizing. There was no outside perspective, no alternative explanation, no one suggesting that perhaps demons weren't real, and misfortunes were just the result of living in unsanitary conditions with no medical knowledge during a period of terrible agricultural technology. They lived inside their worldview the way fish live in water, completely, unconsciously, with no ability to step outside it and examine it objectively. The universe was hostile, evil was active, demons were real, and you were never ever safe, no matter how carefully you prayed or how diligently you maintained your spiritual defenses. The threat was constant, invisible, and eternal. That was simply how the world worked, as far as they could tell, and nothing in their daily experience contradicted it. The woman lived at the edge of the village, in a cottage that had been hers since her husband died 3 winters ago. She kept a cat for mice, grew herbs for remedies that neighbors occasionally requested, and spoke her mind more freely than most women dared. She was 60 years old, weathered and unsmiling, with hands gnarled from decades of work. She had committed no crime. She had harmed no one. But when the baker's child died of fever, and when 2 cows in the village stopped producing milk, and when the miller's wife miscarried for the 3rd time, people began to whisper. They began to remember how the old woman's garden flourished when others failed, how her cat's eyes seemed to glow in firelight, how she sometimes muttered to herself while working. The whispers became accusations. The accusations became certainty. And certainty became a torch-bearing crowd, dragging her from her home to face trial for witchcraft. A trial she could not possibly survive. Medieval witch beliefs evolved into their deadliest form gradually. Early church doctrine was actually skeptical of folk magic, dismissing it as peasant superstition without real power. But by the late medieval period, theology had shifted. Witchcraft was now recognized as real, not because magic worked, but because it represented a pact with Satan. The witch wasn't powerful, she was corrupted. She had traded her soul for demonic assistance, making her both spiritually damned and criminally culpable. This theological shift transformed witch accusation from folk belief into legitimate legal persecution, backed by church authority and secular law. The profile of accused witches followed predictable patterns. Older women, especially widows without male protection. women who practiced herbal healing, because knowledge of plants seemed suspicious when medicine was supposed to come from priests and physicians. Women who were too confident, too outspoken, too willing to challenge men in public. Women who lived alone and thus lacked the social surveillance that came with family life. Women who owned property or had economic independence that threatened male control. The accusations targeted women who didn't fit into prescribed social roles, the silent, obedient, domesticated ideal that medieval society demanded. Witchcraft charges became a mechanism for removing women who represented alternative ways of existing. The accusations also served purely practical functions. When crops failed, when animals sickened, when children died, tragedies that were actually caused by malnutrition, disease, and terrible agricultural practices. Communities needed someone to blame. The witch provided that target. She was the visible embodiment of invisible evil, the local representative of cosmic malevolence. Accusing her allowed the community to feel like they were taking action against their suffering. It was psychologically easier to believe that a specific person had cursed the crops than to accept that the crops failed because medieval farming was inadequate and everyone was slowly starving. Personal grudges found convenient expression through witch accusations. If you wanted a neighbor's land, if you resented a woman's independence, if you'd been publicly contradicted or embarrassed, witchcraft accusations offered socially acceptable revenge disguised as spiritual concern. You weren't being vindictive, you were protecting the community from demonic corruption. The accusation transformed personal malice into righteous duty. The evidence that convicted witches would be laughable if the consequences weren't so lethal. A birthmark or unusual mole could be interpreted as the devil's mark, proof that Satan had physically marked his servant. Owning a cat, especially a black one, suggested demonic companionship. Being seen talking to yourself indicated conversation with familiar spirits. Surviving plague or famine when others died proved you had supernatural protection. Being unpopular was perhaps the most damning evidence of all, because if you were genuinely good and godly, people would like you. The fact that they didn't suggested hidden corruption. Once accused, escape became nearly impossible. The trial system was designed to confirm guilt rather than determine it. Torture was standard procedure for extracting confessions. The strappado involved tying the accused's hands behind her back, then hoisting her by those bonds, dislocating shoulders while the victim's full weight hung from twisted arms. Thumb screws crushed fingers between metal plates. Leg vices did the same to shins and knees. Water torture involved forcing liquid down the throat until the victim felt like they were drowning. Under this suffering, people confessed to anything, flying to Sabbaths on broomsticks, having intercourse with demons, cursing neighbors' livestock, causing storms. The confessions were false, extracted through agony, but they were legally binding. The logic was perfectly circular and utterly inescapable. If you confessed under torture, your confession proved your guilt. If you maintained innocence despite torture, that proved Satan was giving you supernatural strength to resist pain, which confirmed you were a witch. If you named accomplices, which torturers demanded, those people would be arrested and tortured until they also confessed and named others, spreading the accusations like infection. If you died during torture, authorities declared that the devil had claimed you before you could reveal more, which was treated as posthumous confirmation of guilt. Some trials included tests that were equally rigged. Dunking involved tying the accused and throwing her into water. If she floated, she was guilty. Water, being pure and holy, rejected the corrupted witch. If she sank and drowned, she was innocent, though also dead. Either outcome ended in death. The only difference was whether you died by drowning or burning. Another test involved searching the accused's body for marks that didn't bleed when pricked. Supposedly devil's marks that had no feeling. Examiners would prick the accused woman's entire body with needles until they found a spot that produced less blood, or where the victim, already exhausted from terror and torture, didn't react as strongly. That spot became proof of the guilt. Executions were public events, community spectacles meant to reinforce social order and demonstrate authority. Burning alive was most common for witches specifically. The flames were thought to purify the corruption, destroying both body and demonic taint. The condemned was tied to a stake surrounded by wood that would be lit while crowds watched. If authorities felt merciful, they might strangle the victim before lighting the fire, or provide enough smoke to cause suffocation before the flames reached flesh. Without mercy, the accused burned alive, skin blistering and blackening, hair igniting, screaming until smoke and flame consumed the ability to scream. The message to onlookers was clear. This is what happens to those who transgress, who threaten order, who won't conform. The witch hunts created a system where anyone could be destroyed at any time, where safety depended entirely on remaining invisible, conventional, and non-threatening. They represented medieval society's immune system, attacking its own body, destroying individuals who represented difference while claiming to defend spiritual purity. The psychological function was powerful. Life was terrible. Suffering was constant. But at least you could identify evil, put a face to it, and watch it burn. That provided satisfaction that addressing the real causes of medieval misery, poverty, disease, ignorance, exploitation never could. The woman at the village edge never performed magic. Her herbs were just herbs. Her cat was just a cat. But she was old, alone, and insufficiently submissive, which made her dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with witchcraft, and everything to do with refusing to disappear quietly into the role medieval society demanded she occupy. So they burned her and called it justice, and felt safer afterward, even though nothing had actually changed, except that there was one less woman who'd dared to live on her own terms. You lived your entire life in medieval Europe and never once experienced what we would call solitude. Not true solitude. Not the kind where you're genuinely alone with your thoughts in a space that belongs only to you. From birth until death, you existed in the constant presence of others. Family members sleeping inches away in the same room, neighbors visible through unshuttered windows, fellow workers crowding workshops, strangers sharing roads and inns. Privacy as a concept, as a possibility, as something you could even imagine wanting, simply didn't exist. And without privacy, without ever being alone, the entire structure of your consciousness developed differently. You never learned to think of yourself as a separate, autonomous individual, because you never experienced separation or autonomy yet. Your identity wasn't something internal that you discovered or cultivated. It was your function, your role, your position in the social hierarchy. You were Thomas the miller's son, or Margaret who works in the manor kitchen. That phrase wasn't just a description. It was the totality of who you were. Your thoughts were expected to be the thoughts appropriate to a miller's son. Your desires were supposed to align with your station. The modern concept of having dreams that transcend your circumstances, of wanting to find yourself or discover your passion, would have sounded like dangerous delusion or demonic temptation. There was no self to find beyond the role you occupied. Searching for something more would be like a hammer trying to become something other than a hammer. Pointless, impossible and vaguely threatening to the natural order. The physical spaces of medieval life reinforced this. Most families lived in single-room dwellings where everything happened in full view of everyone else. Sexual intercourse occurred in beds shared or surrounded by other family members. Childbirth was a communal event with the neighbors and family present to earn. Death happened in the same shared space where life had been lived. Bodies were born, lived and died without ever experiencing a private moment. Even bodily functions, urination, defecation, menstruation, had no private space allocated to them. You might step outside or use a corner, but the concept of a separate room dedicated to these functions, where you could be truly alone and unseen, was a luxury beyond imagination for most people. This extended beyond physical space into mental space. The church required regular confession, where you were obligated to verbalize your thoughts, your temptations, your inner life to a priest. Keeping thoughts private was itself suspicious. What were you hiding? Why would you need secrets unless those secrets were sinful? The idea that you might have personal, private thoughts that were nobody else's business, that belonged to you alone. This concept didn't exist. Your thoughts were communal property, subject to examination and correction by religious and social authorities. Without privacy, without solitude, the kind of complex inner life that modern people developed never formed. There was no space, physical or temporal, for introspection. You couldn't retreat to contemplate your feelings because there was nowhere to retreat to. You couldn't process experiences privately because privacy wasn't an option. Your emotional and psychological development happened entirely in public, shaped constantly by the immediate reactions and judgments of those around you. This created a fundamentally different form of consciousness, one oriented entirely outward towards social position and communal norms, rather than inward toward personal identity and individual experience. Mental illness, which we now understand as variations in brain chemistry and neurological function, was interpreted through this communal lens. What we call depression was acedia, spiritual sloth, a failure to properly fulfill your role and duties. It was a moral failing, a sin to be confessed and corrected, not a condition to be treated. Anxiety was demonic torment, evidence that you'd left yourself spiritually vulnerable. Schizophrenia and other conditions involving altered perception or behavior were demonic possession, proof that evil forces had invaded your body because you'd failed to maintain adequate spiritual defenses. The idea that these conditions might be medical, that they might arise from internal biochemistry rather than external spiritual forces, was impossible within their framework. Your mind wasn't your own. It was a battleground where God and demons fought, and any abnormality was evidence of that cosmic struggle. This collective consciousness created emotional experiences that functioned differently from modern ones. Medieval culture was intensely shame-based. Social disapproval wasn't just uncomfortable. It was devastating because your identity was entirely social, without an internal sense of self to fall back on. Losing social standing meant losing everything that defined you. This made conformity not just practically necessary, but psychologically essential. You couldn't maintain a sense of self-worth while being socially rejected, because there was no self separate from social position. Honor cultures operated on similar logic. Your reputation, your standing in community perception, was literally more valuable than your life. Death was preferable to dishonor, because dishonor destroyed the only form of identity you had. Modern people struggle to understand medieval duels, vendettas, and honor killings because we have internal identity that persists regardless of reputation. Medieval people didn't. Their identity was their social perception, so defending that perception justified any cost, including death. The language itself reflected this different consciousness. Medieval people lacked vocabulary for many emotional states that modern people consider universal. Complex internal experiences that we name and analyze, existential anxiety, identity crisis, self-actualization, personal fulfillment, had no linguistic equivalence because the experiences themselves didn't occur in the same way. You can't have an identity crisis when identity isn't something you construct. It's something you're assigned. You can't experience existential anxiety when your existence is entirely defined by your role and your relationship to God's plan. This wasn't stupidity or emotional simplicity. Medieval people felt deeply. They experienced love, grief, rage, joy. But they experienced these emotions as communal, external forces rather than private, internal states. Love wasn't about personal compatibility and mutual understanding. It was about social alliance and role fulfillment. Grief wasn't processed privately through introspection. It was performed publicly through ritual. Rage wasn't an internal state to be managed. It was a social force that demanded external expression. The medieval person lived their entire existence as what we would consider a performance. Except they didn't experience it as performance because there was no backstage, no private self waiting behind the role. The role was everything. The performance was reality. And the modern concept of authenticity, being true to your real self, would have seemed insane because there was no self beneath the social surface to be true to. They lived and died without ever being alone, without ever discovering who they might be in solitude. Because solitude was as foreign to their experience as flight or immortality. The inner life we consider essential to humanity simply wasn't there. Not because they lacked capacity for it, but because nothing in their world allowed space for it to develop. The crowd gathered in the town square before dawn, claiming the best viewing positions for the day's main event. Families arrived together, fathers, mothers, children, carrying food and drink as though attending a fair. Vendors circulated through the growing mass of bodies, selling meat pies, ale, and roasted nuts. People chatted with neighbors, laughed, anticipated. They were waiting for a man to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. And they were treating it like a festival because that's exactly what it was. Public execution wasn't a grim necessity that medieval society reluctantly performed. It was entertainment, eagerly consumed, openly enjoyed, and considered perfectly appropriate for all ages. The condemned man was brought out to roaring approval and jeering insults. The crowd had been informed of his crimes, treason, in this case, and they had opinions about how he should die, shouted suggestions for the executioner. predictions about whether he would beg or maintain dignity. This was participatory entertainment. The audience wasn't passively observing. They were engaging, reacting, becoming part of the spectacle. Children sat on parents' shoulders for better views. Wealthy patrons occupied constructed platforms and reserved seating, having paid premium prices for optimal sightlines. The town had announced this execution weeks in advance, allowing people to plan their attendance, to arrange their schedules around this special occasion. The execution itself was designed for maximum theatrical impact and prolonged suffering. Hanging came first, but the man was cut down before death, while he was still conscious and aware. Then came drawing. His abdomen was opened and his intestines pulled out while he watched his own body being dismantled. The crowd reacted to each stage with cheers, gasps, commentary. Some people fainted. Most stayed riveted. Finally came quartering, the body divided into pieces that would be displayed in different parts of the city as warning and decoration. The entire process took hours. People stayed for all of it, commenting on the executioner's technique, debating whether the condemned had died bravely, discussing what they'd witnessed as they walked home afterward. This wasn't an aberration or the action of a particularly cruel community. This was standard, normal, repeated in every town and city across medieval Europe with predictable regularity. Executions were scheduled events on the community calendar. Different execution methods provided different entertainment experiences, each calibrated to the crime's severity and designed to communicate specific messages while maximizing spectacle value. Hanging was relatively quick, considered merciful, reserved for common criminals whose deaths weren't meant to serve as elaborate warnings. Burning alive was slower, more dramatic, used primarily for heretics and witches. The flames, the screaming, the smell of burning flesh, these created memorable spectacles that audiences discussed for weeks afterward. Breaking on the wheel involved tying the condemned to a large wheel, then systematically breaking every bone in their body with the iron bars, starting with the limbs and working inward. The victim could survive for hours or even days, bones shattered but still conscious, while the wheel was sometimes raised on a pole for public display. Spectators would return multiple times to observe the dying process. Drowning cages offered variation. The condemned was locked in an iron cage and lowered into a river or harbor, the water rising slowly while they struggled and screamed, the crowd watching from the shore as the thrashing gradually weakened and then stopped. For treason, the drawn and quartered method was standard. Its deliberate brutality meant to communicate that betraying the king warranted the most extreme suffering the state could devise. Judicial torture operated on similar theatrical principles. Torture wasn't conducted in hidden dungeons. It was performed in public squares or specially constructed chambers where spectators could observe. The rack stretched bodies until joints dislocated and ligaments tore. The strappado suspended victims by arms twisted behind their backs. The wheel broke bones methodically. These weren't crude affairs conducted by sadistic amateurs. They were precise professional operations, performed by skilled executioners who took pride in their craft. A clean beheading that severed the head in one stroke was considered artistry. Botched executions, where the axe had to strike multiple times, where the victims suffered unnecessarily, brought shame to the executioner and disappointed the crowd, who expected technical excellence in their violence. The violence extended beyond human targets. Animal torture was equally popular entertainment, equally public, equally celebratory. Bear baiting involved chaining a bear to a post and releasing dogs to attack it while spectators wagered on the outcome and cheered the violence. The bear would fight for its life, killing or maiming dogs while being torn apart itself, until either it died from its wounds or the gangs were all dead or too injured to continue. Bull baiting followed similar patterns. A bull chained and attacked by dogs, the animal's suffering and desperate violence considered thrilling sport. Cat-burning festivals were particularly disturbing. Living cats would be placed in wicker cages or bags and suspended over fires, sometimes dozens of cats at once. Their screaming as they burned alive, considered hilarious entertainment. People danced around these fires, celebrated, brought their children to participate in the joy of watching animals burn dead. The cat's obvious terror and agony was the point. It wasn't incidental to the entertainment. It was the entertainment. Some festivals included variations where cats were thrown from heights, or placed in barrels that were set alight and rolled through streets while crowds chased them, laughing at the sounds coming from inside. This violence served multiple overlapping functions. Most obviously, it reinforced social control through terror. Watching a person broken on the wheel or burned alive communicated what happened to those who violated laws or challenged authority. The spectacle was educational in the most visceral way possible. Obey, or this could be you. But the function went deeper than simple deterrence. The violence provided psychological release for populations living in constant stress, frustration, and powerlessness. Medieval people had no control over most aspects of their lives: their poverty, their hunger, their vulnerability to disease and death. But at executions, they could participate in controlled violence, could direct rage and aggression towards sanctioned targets, could experience a sense of power through collective cruelty. The condemned person or suffering animal became a vessel for all the anger and pain that had no other outlet. Watching them suffer felt good, provided catharsis, offered temporary relief from the grinding misery of daily existence. The violence also created community cohesion. Attending executions together, sharing the experience of watching someone die, participating in collective judgment and punishment. These created social bonds. You belonged to the community that had condemned this person, that had decided their death was just and entertaining. The shared experience of violence was bonding in the same way that modern shared experiences of sports or concerts are bonding. Except the medieval version involved actual death and torture, rather than symbolic competition or artistic performance. There appears to be something in human psychology, a capacity for cruelty that emerges reliably when violence is socially sanctioned, when authority figures declare that certain targets deserve suffering, when cultural norms approve of torture and death as entertainment. Medieval culture didn't create this capacity. It unleashed it, channeled it, celebrated it. The same parents who would protect their own children fiercely would bring those children to watch strangers be tortured to death, and would consider this good parenting, proper socialization, teaching their children important lessons about law, order, and the consequences of transgression. Children learned from infancy that violence was normal, entertaining, and morally acceptable when directed at appropriate targets. They learned that suffering could be funny, that death could be recreational, that human beings could be treated as objects for amusement if they'd been designated as criminals, heretics, or enemies. This wasn't traumatizing them, or rather, it was. But it was universal trauma that created a culture where violence was so normalized that it didn't register as abnormal. They grew into adults who would bring their own children to executions, perpetuating the cycle, unable to see anything wrong with it, because they'd never experienced any alternative. The violence was aestheticized, given rules and protocols that made it feel civilized despite its brutality. Executioners were professionals, guilds existed for these specialists. Techniques were debated and refined. There were regulations about which execution methods were appropriate for which crimes and which social classes. Nobility who were condemned to death typically received beheading, quick, relatively clean, dignified. Commoners received methods that were slower, more painful, more degrading. Even in death, even in torture, the social hierarchy was maintained and reinforced. Medieval violence wasn't chaos or loss of control. It was organized, ritualized, structured theater where suffering and death played out according to scripts everyone knew, where the audience participated actively, and where the boundary between entertainment and atrocity had dissolved so completely that the distinction was meaningless. The violence didn't end when the execution crowd dispersed and people returned to their homes. It continued there in those homes, in every workshop and school and tavern, woven so deeply into the fabric of daily life that medieval people wouldn't have recognized it as violence at all. They would have called it discipline, correction, education, proper order. A husband striking his wife wasn't committing assault. He was managing his household. A father beating his child wasn't abuse. He was ensuring moral development. A master whipping his apprentice wasn't cruelty. He was teaching a necessary lesson. The violence was constant, legal, encouraged, and considered proof of proper social functioning. The law explicitly protected men's right to beat their wives. Church authorities not only permitted this violence, but actively promoted it as godly household management. A man who failed to discipline his wife through physical punishment was considered weak, perhaps even suspicious. What kind of man couldn't control his own household? Neighbors would gossip, question his masculinity, suggest that his wife ruled him rather than the natural reverse. The pressure to use violence came from all directions: legal structures that authorized it, religious teachings that sanctified it, and social norms that demanded it as proof of proper male authority. The famous rule of thumb originated here. A man could legally beat his wife with a stick, but that stick should be no thicker than his thumb. This wasn't a restriction on violence. It was permission with light guidelines, a law that said violence was acceptable as long as it remained within reasonable bounds, and reasonable meant not causing permanent disfigurement or death, bruises, broken bones, concussions. These fell within the acceptable range of household discipline. Women had virtually no legal recourse. Complaining to authorities about being beaten would accomplish nothing because the beating was legal. In some jurisdictions, you could be fined for beating your wife in public. Not because the beating was wrong, but because conducting it publicly disturbed the peace. The violence itself was fine. The mistake was letting others witness it. Children experienced this violence as a fundamental feature of education and upbringing. Parents beat children regularly, sometimes with hands, sometimes with implements designed for the purpose. The birch rod was as essential to child rearing as food and clothing. Schoolmasters beat students as standard pedagogical practice. The beating wasn't punishment for specific infractions, though it was certainly used for that. It was considered necessary to drive knowledge and morality into children, to literally beat wickedness out of them. A teacher who didn't beat students was failing in his basic duties. Pain was considered educational, suffering was character building, and children were expected to be grateful for the violence inflicted on them because it proved that adults cared enough to correct their flaws. Some beatings caused permanent injury. Children lost vision in eyes that had been struck too hard. They developed chronic pain from beatings that damaged spines or joints. Sometimes they died from injuries inflicted by parents or teachers. And these deaths were rarely prosecuted because the violence that caused them was legal and socially sanctioned. The intent hadn't been murder, it had been discipline. So even lethal violence often resulted in no consequences beyond perhaps a fine or public shaming. Workplaces operated under similar logic. Apprentices were legally under their masters' complete control, not just in terms of work, but in all aspects of life. The master could beat his apprentice for poor work, for perceived laziness, for talking back, or simply because he was in a bad mood. Guild regulations included provisions for appropriate workplace violence, specifying, for instance, that masters should use specific implements or avoid hitting apprentices in certain ways that might cause permanent injury, that would reduce their value as workers. The regulations didn't question whether violence should occur. They just provided guidelines for how to make it more systematic and less likely to result in economic loss. Disputes between workers, between neighbors, between strangers in taverns escalated to violence with casual frequency. Men carried knives, not primarily as weapons but as tools. And those knives became weapons instantly when arguments heated. Bar fights that began over insults or gambling debts regularly ended with corpses. The line between fight and attempted murder barely existed because any physical confrontation could easily become lethal. A punch could knock someone into a fire or off a bridge. A wrestling match could end with a crushed skull against cobblestones. A knife, drawn in anger, could end in arteries severed and blood pooling on tavern floors. These deaths were treated with less severity than modern society treats minor assaults. If the death occurred during a fair fight, if both parties had been willing participants in the violence, it often resulted in minimal punishment. Pay a fine, perhaps do penance, maybe spend time in jail if you were unlucky. But the killing itself wasn't necessarily treated as serious crime if it fit within accepted patterns of male violence. Some regions developed vendetta cultures where insults or perceived disrespect could trigger blood feuds that spanned generations. Your grandfather killed my grandfather, so I kill your father, so your son kills me, so my son kills your grandson. Cycles of revenge that communities accepted as natural and even honorable. The original cause of the feud often became irrelevant or forgotten. What mattered was that your family had been wronged, and violence was the appropriate response. And that violence would trigger reciprocal violence, and the cycle would continue until one family was extinct, or the feud was formally resolved through elaborate negotiation. This constant violence created a culture where aggression was interpreted as strength, where the ability to inflict and endure pain was a core component of masculine identity. Men who avoided fights were considered cowards. Men who didn't respond to insults with violence were weak, contemptible, not real men. The social pressure to be violent was enormous, Kimbar, and it created a self-perpetuating cycle where every generation raised boys to believe that violence was the primary and proper method of asserting status, defending honor, and resolving disputes. The violence was profoundly gendered in ways that reinforced social hierarchies. Men's violence was natural, expected, celebrated. It proved their masculinity, their fitness to lead households and participate in public life. Women's violence, by contrast, was unnatural and threatening. A woman who struck back when beaten, who defended herself physically, who used violence in any context, was violating the natural order. She was behaving like a man, which was both ridiculous and dangerous. Women who kill abusive husbands, even in clear self-defense, were often executed in particularly brutal ways because their violence represented a fundamental challenge to the gender hierarchy that structured all of society. Children absorbed these lessons from their earliest memories. Violence was how adults demonstrated authority. Violence was how disputes were settled. Violence was proof of caring. Parents who beat you loved you enough to correct your flaws. Violence was normal, expected, necessary. They grew up in households where they watched fathers beat mothers, experienced being beaten themselves, observed masters beating apprentices, saw violence in streets and schools and churches. This wasn't traumatic in the sense of being unusual or shocking. It was traumatic in the sense of being universal, constant, and entirely normalized. These children became adults who replicated the violence they'd experienced, unable to imagine alternative methods of managing relationships or resolving conflicts because they'd never witnessed any alternative. The cycle perpetuated itself across generations, each cohort learning violence from the previous one and teaching it to the next, maintaining a culture where brutality was so embedded in daily social interaction that questioning it seemed as bad as questioning whether the sun would rise. Medieval people didn't think of themselves as violent. They thought of themselves as maintaining proper order, teaching necessary lessons, defending honor, and managing households correctly. The violence was invisible to them as violence because it was simply how things worked, how they'd always worked, how God and nature intended them to work. Only we, looking back across centuries, can see it for what it was. Systematic brutality that destroyed bodies, traumatized psyches, and maintained hierarchies through constant, grinding physical domination that everyone experienced and almost everyone inflicted on someone beneath them in the social order. The great myth of the medieval knight persists in our collective memory. Noble warriors, bound by vows of chivalry, protectors of the weak and the helpless, ever gallant and brave. But as with so many of the legends we cling to, the truth beneath is far darker, more disturbing than we can imagine. The knights of the Middle Ages, those men in shining armor, were not the gallant protectors of peasants or dignified champions of justice. They were, in truth, heavily armed thugs, no different from the bandits who pillaged the countryside. Their primary function was not protecting anyone, but controlling the peasant populations that worked their lands while waging brutal wars for territory, resources, and power against other knights who were often just as ruthless. The battles we romanticize as grand contests of valor were, in reality, chaotic slaughters, driven more by terror than strategy. Men in iron armor, heavy and cumbersome, clashed in a maddened frenzy, swinging bladed weapons with all the fury of those who knew death could come with every swing. The air was thick with the stench of blood and sweat, the taste of fear on the tongue, and the sounds of metal striking metal, the screams of the dying blending with the agonized cries of the wounded. The battlefields, once the scene of these clashes, became graveyards for the fallen, corpses piled high, scavengers picking through the remains, both human and animal alike, as they stripped the dead of anything that might be useful. Then there were the sieges, another horror entirely. Armies would surround cities, cutting off any hope of escape. The defenders, starved of resources, could only wait as hunger took hold. These sieges sometimes lasted months, even years, as the defenders' strength was slowly drained away, leaving them vulnerable to the terror of a final assault. And when the walls fell, the conquerors brought with them not just the spoils of war, but unimaginable brutality. Cities were often razed, their inhabitants slaughtered in mass executions, or systematically raped as a weapon of war. The very infrastructures, homes, markets, temples, were destroyed, leaving nothing but ruins. Meanwhile, the defenders, in their desperate effort to protect what little they had, resorted to boiling oil, burning pitch, and heated sand to try and repel their attackers. But in the end, the disease spread through both sides, the besieged population and the besieging armies alike, sowing death in ways more terrifying than any sword or spear could. The fate of the common soldier was no better. Peasants, conscripted against their will, were forced to march long distances with little to sustain them. Most died not from the enemy's blade, but from disease, starvation, or the wounds they received on the battlefield. Wounds often left untreated, abandoned by a system that saw them as little more than cannon fodder. And if a soldier couldn't keep up, he was abandoned, left behind to die alone, or worse, executed. War, for these men, wasn't about honor, it was about survival. And for most, survival meant not asking questions, not resisting, and simply hoping to live long enough to see the next day. What fueled this violence? Money. Looting became a central part of medieval warfare, with armies deliberately decimating enemy territory to plunder it for anything of value. The land was stripped bare, crops burned and livestock taken, anything that might enrich the soldier or the commander. The soldiers themselves were often paid in plunder, and the wealthy commanders grew richer with each successful campaign, while the peasants who had nothing were left to suffer the consequences. And what of the prisoners of war? Nobles could often negotiate ransoms, but the common soldier was treated far more cruelly. Executed on the spot, enslaved, or tortured for information, they had no rights, no protection. The concept of war crimes was non-existent. Any form of violence against the enemy was seen as justifiable. A necessary means to an end. Warfare, in the medieval world, didn't just kill soldiers, it killed entire communities. Fields were left unplanted, harvests burned, villages razed to deny resources to the enemy. The people living in these villages were displaced, often left to die of starvation, exposure, or disease. Warfare was an economic function, and it ensured that the social structures of the time, those of the nobility, the church, and the peasants, remained firmly in place. The nobles wielded power through violence, while the church blessed these wars, profiting off the suffering they caused, all while claiming divine approval for the bloodshed. The wars were no accident. They were the very foundation upon which the medieval world was built. A system of violence that was justified by honor codes that existed solely to make the violence seem noble. The brutality, the suffering. It was all woven into the fabric of medieval society. What we often romanticize as the age of chivalry was, in truth, a period where violence was not just a part of life, but the engine that drove it. And yet, even amidst the horrors of war, one must wonder, did medieval people know anything of peace, of joy, or even of beauty? Was there a way to escape, if only for a moment, from the constant presence of violence? This question leads us into the next chapter, where we explore those rare glimpses of pleasure and culture in a society so deeply entrenched in brutality. And what we'll find might not be what we expect. In the medieval world, joy was not a soft or gentle thing. It wasn't about quiet moments of peace or serene celebrations. Instead, joy, if it could be called that, was an explosive release of all the pent-up frustration, fear, and suffering that defined the rest of the year. Life for most people was brutal and unyielding. Long hours of back-breaking labor, with little to show for it but hunger, disease, and an ever-present fear of death. So when the chance for a festival came, it was nothing less than a desperate, violent eruption of everything they had been forced to suppress. These weren't calm, festive gatherings. They were raw, wild, and often violent explosions of excess that cut through the tension of daily life like a knife. The medieval calendar was dotted with festivals, but these were no simple occasions for festing. Christmas, for instance, didn't just mark the birth of Christ. It was a weeks-long binge of drinking, eating, and revelry. For those who could afford it, it was a time to indulge in excess. But it was more than just the food and drink. Christmas was a time when the usual social order was flipped upside down. Servants would mockingly take control, commanding their masters and turning the tables in a theatrical reversal of roles. This wasn't about genuine equality. It was a release valve, a brief escape from the suffocating weight of a world defined by class and power. Then came Carnival, the wild celebration that preceded Lent, when the more somber season of fasting and penitence loomed on the horizon. For those brief days, the rules of society were completely upended. People drank themselves into oblivion, partook in rampant sexual license, and wore elaborate costumes that concealed their true identities. It was a time when symbolic violence was not only tolerated, but expected. Men dressed as women, and women dressed as men. The festival was a reminder that for a short time, the rigid boundaries of gender and class could be ignored. But it was also a moment of rebellion, a chance to temporarily escape the grinding misery of everyday life by indulging in everything that was considered sinful and taboo. It was a fragile release, a fever dream that ended as abruptly as it had begun, leaving only the empty stomachs and aching heads of those who had overindulged. May Day, too, brought a different kind of release. With its fertility rites and the leaping of fires, it was a celebration of life. Yes, but one that was far more primal than anything modern celebrations might resemble. These were rites that would shock the more prim and proper observers of later centuries. In an age where social order was absolute, where peasants worked long hours just to scrape by, May Day was an urgent, almost frantic grasp at freedom. Fertility, both in terms of crops and human sexuality, was symbolized through elaborate dances, rituals, and sometimes public displays of sexual activity that would be considered scandalous at best and criminal at worst in other contexts. In the midst of these celebrations, the church found itself caught between two opposing forces. On one hand, these festivals served a necessary function. They provided a psychological release valve for the masses, a way to channel the intense frustration and anger of daily life into something more manageable, something less likely to boil over into open rebellion. But on the other hand, the church understood the dangers these celebrations posed. They were wild, chaotic affairs, filled with mockery and sacrilege. The Feast of Fools, for example, saw clergy members electing a mock pope, performing sacrilegious parodies of sacred rituals, and making a mockery of everything the church stood for. It was both a release and a challenge, an opportunity for the masses to feel a fleeting sense of control, even as they played with the very idea of authority and sacredness. Other festivals brought their own forms of rebellion, like the Charivari, where the community would come together to mock and sometimes violently attack those who violated social norms, especially people who had broken marital codes, like an unfaithful spouse. It was a brutal form of social correction, where the joy of the group came from collective transgression. And then there were fertility rites, where sexual symbolism was not just implied, but openly acted out, a stark contrast to the repressive moral codes of the time. The joy of these festivals wasn't about harmony, it was about chaos, about breaking the rules and feeling the release that came with it. It's important to understand that the real purpose of these festivals wasn't just enjoyment. They weren't designed to create lasting happiness or peaceful moments of bonding. Instead, they were social pressure valves, short bursts of collective rebellion to release the tension that built up in a society where the everyday reality was harsh, relentless, and unforgiving. The intensity of the festivals, their extremity, speaks to how unbearable the daily existence of medieval people really was. Without these eruptions of excess, it's hard to imagine how society could have functioned. They were more than celebrations. They were survival mechanisms. The festivals were, in their own dark way, a way to bond a community together. When everyone participated in the transgression, everyone was complicit. These were moments where the normal rules of behavior, the strict hierarchies that governed everyday life, were cast aside. The shared experience of breaking those rules, of venting the frustration of the oppressed and downtrodden, created solidarity among people who otherwise had little in common. In the violence, the drunkenness, the mocking of authority, they found a fleeting sense of equality. But ultimately, these festivals weren't true joy. They were a desperate cry for relief. They were the extreme measures taken by a society that had no other way to deal with the crushing weight of its own existence. And when they were over, the hangover came. The chaos subsided, and the world returned to its oppressive normality. There was no real escape. The medieval celebration of excess wasn't a symbol of happiness. It was a symbol of how much pain and suffering the people had to endure the rest of the year. So, as we reflect on these brutal, wild festivals, it's clear that the joy they offered wasn't a remedy. It was a reflection of the darkness they were trying to escape. And that darkness was all-encompassing, with even their moments of release laced with violence and transgression. The question then becomes, did they find any other outlet for the pain that defined their lives? Was there any real beauty to be found, any true expression of joy in a world so brutal? To answer that, we must look to the art, music, and culture of the time. A culture shaped by the same darkness, but with moments of light. And it's there, in that strange balance between shadow and light. that we might begin to find the traces of medieval joy that were not born from excess, but from something more enduring. When we step into a museum filled with medieval art, it's easy to be swept away by the intricate beauty of illuminated manuscripts, the ethereal glow of stained glass, or the serene depictions of saints. These pieces, often painstakingly preserved, present an image of the Middle Ages as a deeply spiritual and aesthetically rich time, one where beauty and religion harmonized. But what we are seeing is not the true scope of medieval artistic expression. What has survived, mainly commissioned by the wealthy, created for religious purposes, and durable enough to withstand the centuries, represents only a tiny fraction of what was produced during the medieval period. And in this select body of art, we see not a celebration of life, beauty, or joy, but an overwhelming obsession with death, suffering, and the afterlife. The art we encounter from this era is not designed to please the eye or elevate the spirit in the way we might hope. It is didactic. It exists not to express individuality or to celebrate the aesthetic, but to instruct. Much of it was created with a clear purpose: to remind the illiterate masses of their place in the divine order, to reinforce Christian teachings, and to ensure that the message of salvation through suffering was never far from the viewer's mind. Medieval art was less about beauty and more about control, a way to shape the thoughts and behaviors of the people, especially in a world that was for many characterized by constant hardship. Take, for instance, the motif of the danse macabre, or the dance of death, which appeared frequently in medieval art. This image showed skeletons leading people of all social classes, kings, bishops, peasants, toward their inevitable graves. In this vivid and disturbing tableau, no one could escape death, and the certainty of it transcended rank, wealth, and status. It was a powerful reminder that, regardless of one's position in life, death was always waiting. Memento mori, remember death, was a central theme in medieval art, not just as a theological point, but as a constant, visual reminder that life was fleeting, fragile, and ultimately beyond human control. The grim reality of death was often depicted in graphic detail, with martyrs shown being tortured or killed in agonizing ways, their suffering a testament to their faith and their path to salvation. But it wasn't just the inevitability of death that preoccupied medieval artists. The Westgate Last Judgment scenes, perhaps some of the most iconic and chilling works, were often filled with horror-ying images of sinners being dragged to hell, their bodies contorted in agony as they were swallowed by demons or cast into eternal fire. These images were designed not only to depict divine judgment, but to instill a sense of terror in the viewer, a reminder that sin would lead to unimaginable suffering unless one repented and embraced God's will. In this way, medieval art was an instrument of religious doctrine. It was about teaching, warning, and reminding, rather than expressing personal creativity or exploring the realm of beauty. Artists worked in service to God, creating works that were often anonymous and commissioned by the church or wealthy patrons. Innovation was viewed with suspicion, as anything that strayed from the accepted religious narrative could be seen as heretical. The concept of the artist as an individual creator, as we understand it today, did not exist. Art was a tool used to shape the spiritual lives of the people, reinforcing the view that suffering was an essential part of the human condition, and that it had a higher spiritual purpose. the medieval world's obsession with death and suffering even found its way into the small details of religious art. Illuminated manuscripts, for example, might be filled with grotesque marginalia, small, often crude illustrations in the borders of the pages that depicted violence, bodily functions, and debauchery. These were not mere frivolous additions. They were part of a broader cultural narrative, a world in which the sacred and the profane coexisted uneasily, where the grotesque was never far from the divine. Similarly, religious paintings often depicted saints serenely accepting horrific tortures, their suffering seen as a necessary step on the path to salvation. Even the most beautiful works of art celebrated death and suffering in some form. The vibrant colors and meticulous craftsmanship of medieval illuminated manuscripts, often seen as shining examples of medieval artistic achievement, still focused on religious subjects, usually the Passion of Christ or the trials of the saints. They reflected not the beauty of the world, but its transitory, painful nature, and the promise of redemption through suffering. But while this religious art has survived and shaped our view of medieval culture, much of the art that the common people created is lost to us. The songs sung by peasants as they worked, the folk tales told around the fire, the games children played, all of it has disappeared, leaving behind only the creations of the elite. The voices of the people, the expressions of their joys, sorrows, and fears are gone, erased by time and the dominance of religious and aristocratic patronage. What remains is a distorted picture, a view of medieval life that, while beautiful in its way, offers little in the way of solace or escape from the darkness that pervaded everyday life. The church controlled much of the artistic production of the time. Its leaders decided what could and could not be depicted, and they understood art as a tool of instruction. But while this control ensured that art adhered to religious doctrine, it also stifled innovation. The possibility of depicting beauty, of capturing the pleasures of life or the joy of human connection, was constrained by the moral and religious frameworks that governed medieval society. The darker side of medieval life was not just visible in the paintings and sculptures of the time. It was celebrated through them. In the end, medieval art didn't provide an escape from the harsh realities of life. It reinforced them. It was shaped by the darkness of the world around it. And even what might seem beautiful to modern eyes is, when examined closely, tinged with suffering and the fear of divine retribution. And while art, like everything else, was a way for people to express themselves, in the medieval world, the self-expression that might have brought joy or relief was buried beneath a weight of religious control and an obsession with death. So, as we stand before these works in the museum, we must remember that what we see is not the whole picture. The art that survived is the art of the elite, the art that was shaped by a world where suffering was not just inevitable, but sacred. And while these pieces may appear beautiful from a distance, they remind us that even the pursuit of beauty in medieval life was overshadowed by the darkness of death, suffering, and religious fear. Having explored how even the most beautiful aspects of medieval culture were infused with darkness, the next question arises. Was there any form of emotional connection in this brutal world? Could love, true love, flourish amid such suffering, or was even that corrupted? This takes us to the next chapter, where we examine the possibility of love in the medieval world and how it, too, might have been shaped by the very forces that governed every other aspect of life. In the harsh, unforgiving world of the medieval period, the concept of love, whether romantic, familial, or platonic, was always shadowed by the ever-present threat of death and loss. For most people, love was not a soft, tender emotion to be freely expressed. It wasn't about whispered "I love yous" or grand romantic gestures. Instead, love was often practical, fleeting, and constrained by the cold realities of survival and the rigid structures of society. In a world where life was fragile, where the plague or battle could sweep away those you cherished at any moment, emotional vulnerability was a luxury few could afford. Romantic love, as we imagine it today, didn't really exist for most medieval people. Marriage wasn't about finding a soulmate. It was an economic arrangement, a practical decision made to secure land, inheritance, storm, and labor. For many couples, love was secondary to these concerns. The idea of choosing a partner based on affection or emotional connection was rare. Often, marriages were arranged by parents or other family members, sometimes with little input from the bride and groom themselves. Many couples barely knew each other before they were wed, and privacy was a luxury few could afford. Couples often slept in shared rooms, with children and sometimes servants present, leaving little room for the intimacy we might expect today. In a society where survival was the ultimate concern, intimacy and affection were often expressed through actions rather than words. A husband's love for his wife was seen not in declarations of passion, but in the practical work of providing for her, protecting her, and keeping her alive in a world rife with disease, both famine and war. Similarly, a wife's love for her husband was shown in her dedication to managing the household, raising children, and maintaining the family's place in society. For most medieval people, emotional attachment wasn't something to be spoken of openly. Instead, it was an unspoken bond, forged through shared endurance and the understanding that survival, whether in marriage, family, or community, was always precarious. While the reality of medieval marriages was far removed from the modern ideals of romantic love, the concept of courtly love emerged in the literature of the aristocracy. It was a literary convention, a form of love that often involved infidelity, unattainable relationships, and impossible ideals. Courtly love was, in essence, about longing and unattainable desire rather than actual unions between husband and wife. It was an idealized, often tragic form of love that had little to do with the reality of marriage, which was driven by economic and social necessity. Courtly love, though celebrated in poetry and song, was largely a fantasy, an escape for the aristocracy who had the leisure to indulge in such ideals. The threat of death also shaped the bonds within families. Parents, who knew that children were likely to die young from disease or malnutrition, couldn't afford to invest emotionally in them in the way we might expect today. Children were raised not just by parents, but by extended families and even strangers, as the constant death toll from sickness and accidents meant that familial bonds were often fragmented. When parents died, children were redistributed to other households, their emotional attachment to the deceased parents barely acknowledged. In a world defined by fragility, there was little space for the complex grieving process we might imagine. There was simply too much survival to focus on. However, in the few surviving letters, poems, and songs, we catch glimpses of passionate attachment, even if these emotions were expressed in ways we might find strange or incomplete. The language of these love letters, when it existed at all, was often couched in religious or stoic terms. People described their attachment to one another, using language borrowed from the Bible or from the Church's teachings, because the human experience of love was seen through the lens of faith. Emotions were not to be celebrated in themselves, they were to be understood as part of God's divine plan, which often involved suffering. In the context of friendship, we see another example of love shaped by the circumstances of medieval life. Intense, same-sex friendships, particularly among men, were common and often misinterpreted by modern readers as romantic in nature. These friendships were forged through shared suffering, hardship, and loyalty. In a world where death was a constant companion, emotional bonds were often formed through the trials of life, through battles, wars, and the harsh realities of medieval living. These friendships were marked by deep loyalty, but they were as much about pragmatism as emotion. They were relationships that helped men survive in a dangerous and uncertain world. The Church, too, had a profound impact on how love was understood by her. It taught that sexual desire was sinful, even within marriage. Love for one's spouse was tainted by the physicality of marriage, which was seen as a necessary evil for procreation, not a romantic union. Excessive attachment to earthly beings was viewed as a form of idolatry, and the only truly valid love was love for God. In this environment, even the most sincere emotional bonds were often seen through the lens of sin and salvation. People were taught to love God first, and anyone else second. The brevity of life in medieval times further complicated emotional connections. People married young, had children quickly, and died before what we would consider middle age. Life cycles of attachment and loss unfolded in a compressed span of time. A parent might live only to see their children reach adulthood before they themselves passed away. A widow might spend decades mourning a spouse who died young. This rapid progression of life and death meant that relationships, no matter how deeply felt, were often brief, fragile, and defined by loss before they were fully realized. In this world, love existed, but it was always bound by the harshness of the times. Even in the moments of deep attachment, there was always the looming reality of death, loss, and the constraints of society. Emotional vulnerability was not a luxury medieval people could afford. Instead, love was expressed through endurance, silence, and the daily acts of survival that kept people connected in a world where anyone could be taken at any moment. As we reflect on the nature of love in the medieval world, it's clear that while medieval people were capable of deep emotional bonds, the context in which those bonds were formed was radically different from our own. Love was not free from the weight of suffering. It was shaped by necessity, by survival, and by a constant awareness that life, in all its forms, was fragile. And yet, despite these constraints, people still found ways to connect, to love, and to endure. Perhaps in ways that we, in our more comfortable world, struggle to fully comprehend. With this understanding of how medieval people lived, loved, and endured, the next question we must ask is, how did this world come to an end? What changes brought about the slow, painful collapse of the medieval system and the emergence of the modern world we know today? This question leads us to Chapter 9, where we explore the transformations that gradually dismantled the structures of medieval society and opened the door to the world we now inhabit. The Black Death, which swept across Europe in the 14th century, remains one of the most catastrophic events in human history. Between 1347 and 1351, it wiped out an estimated 30 to 60% of Europe's population. leaving entire communities decimated and cities eerily quiet. But in the wake of this unimaginable loss, something unexpected began to happen. Something that, while not immediately apparent, would eventually dismantle the very system that had defined medieval life. The feudal system. The Black Death was not just a tragedy of death and suffering. It was also a catalyst for systemic change, one that would alter the course of history in ways no one could have predicted. As the plague claimed so many lives, it created a profound labor shortage. Fields lay fallow, crops rotted in the ground, and villages were abandoned. For the surviving peasants, however, the sudden shortage of laborers meant that they now had leverage. The lords who once held power through their control of land and labor found themselves desperate for workers. No longer could they rely on serfs bound by feudal obligations to work their lands. Instead, peasants could demand wages for their labor. This shift in the balance of power allowed workers to seek better conditions and opportunities. They could leave their villages and travel to towns or cities in search of higher pay, breaking the centuries-old chains of serfdom. In essence, the plague had created an economic revolution, one that could not be easily undone. The lords, however, were unwilling to let go of their control so easily. Faced with this newfound independence among the lower classes, they enacted a series of laws designed to freeze wages at pre-plague levels and to prevent peasants from leaving their land. The Statute of Labourers in England, for example, was passed in 1351 and made it illegal for workers to demand higher wages. Lords also sought to reimpose feudal obligations, attempting to return to a time when peasants had no choice but to work for the lord's land in exchange for a small portion of it. But these laws failed to restore the old order. The economic reality was too powerful. Lords were now more dependent on peasants for labor than peasants were on any particular lord. The scarcity of workers gave peasants the upper hand, and they soon realized they had more freedom than they had ever imagined. Throughout Europe, revolts began to bubble to the surface, sparked by the attempts of lords to cling to the feudal system. One of the most famous uprisings was the English Peasants' Revolt of 1381, where thousands of peasants marched to London demanding an end to serfdom and oppressive taxes. Although the revolt was eventually suppressed, it marked the first real sign that the old feudal order was no longer sustainable. Other uprisings and protests occurred across Europe, from France to Italy, each one driven by a common desire for better working conditions and an end to the rigid, oppressive structure that had dominated their lives for centuries. While the economic system was beginning to unravel, the Black Death also had an impact on the authority of the Church. Priests, who had long held a position of power and influence, were among the highest casualties of the plague, as they were tasked with attending to the sick and administering last rites. In many cases, priests died at higher rates than the general population. When prayers and religious rituals failed to prevent the plague or alleviate its effects, survivors began to question the very authority of the Church. If the Church's teachings were true, why had God allowed such a devastating event to occur? This crisis of faith further weakened the Church's grip on European society, and a sense of disillusionment began to spread among the survivors. At the same time, the economic landscape of Europe was undergoing a profound transformation. With fewer people to work the land, the value of labor rose, and land values fell. Those who survived and inherited property from deceased relatives found themselves with more wealth and opportunity. In some cases, peasants who had once been bound to the land were able to buy their own small plots of land and establish themselves as independent landowners. This was a dramatic shift. Peasants, once bound in an unbreakable relationship of dependence, were now gaining autonomy and economic power. The effects of the Black Death were especially noticeable in urban areas. Towns and cities, which offered freedom from feudal obligations, became increasingly attractive to peasants who had been freed from the constraints of serfdom. Cities became hubs of opportunity, with growing trade networks, craft guilds, and the beginnings of a merchant class. While many rural areas remained mired in poverty, cities flourished. They provided alternatives to the feudal system, creating new social structures that allowed for upward mobility and a greater sense of individual agency. Despite the turmoil, the collapse of feudalism did not happen overnight. The system didn't fall apart immediately after the plague. Feudal lords and monarchs continued to try to restore the old ways, but over the following decades, feudalism gradually eroded. The conflict between the old ways of life and the new economic realities persisted, often in the form of localized uprisings and social tensions. The long-term effects of the plague were uneven, varying by region and influenced by a variety of political and social factors. Some areas were slower to embrace change, while others saw rapid economic and social mobility. Nevertheless, the cracks in the medieval system, once caused by the plague's devastation, slowly widened over time. On a cultural level, the vivid psychological impact of the Black Death was profound. The sheer scale of the death and destruction had created a collective trauma that could not easily be ignored. Medieval society, already steeped in an awareness of mortality, was forced to confront the reality of human fragility more directly than ever before. The plague brought into sharp focus the inevitability of death, leading to an increased focus on personal salvation and the afterlife. There was a shift in attitudes toward religion and authority, with many people questioning established traditions and beliefs. The psychological trauma of the plague, combined with the social upheaval, fostered a growing sense of possibility. As the foundations of the old world crumbled, people began to wonder whether a new, better world could rise from the ashes. In this way, the Black Death, while an incomprehensible tragedy, also set the stage for profound change. It created the conditions for the breakdown of the feudal system, the rise of the middle class, and the eventual transformations that would lead to the Renaissance and Reformation. The people living through the plague could not have known it at the time, but they were witnessing the beginning of the end of the medieval world. And though it came at an extraordinary cost, the Black Death helped pave the way for the modern world. As we move forward in understanding the transformation that followed, we must now explore the technological and intellectual changes that also began to reshape society. These changes, in tandem with the social shifts caused by the plague, would continue to erode the medieval system and lay the groundwork for the modern age. This leads us into section 9.2, where we will delve into the ways in which technology, science, and new ways of thinking slowly transformed the world after the Black Death. The transition from medieval to modern thinking didn't happen overnight. It wasn't a sudden burst of enlightenment that illuminated the minds of the masses, but rather a gradual, often contested shift in knowledge, technology, and ideas that slowly eroded the intellectual and social order of the medieval world. This process, which spanned generations, was sparked by a series of technological innovations and intellectual breakthroughs that would ultimately help dismantle the foundations of medieval society. Though it took centuries for these changes to fully take root, their cumulative impact began to reshape the world in profound ways. One of the most significant drivers of this transformation was the arrival of new technologies from the Islamic world and Asia. Among the most important was the introduction of Arabic numerals, which replaced the cumbersome Roman numerals that had long hindered complex mathematics. The new number system, which was more efficient and capable of handling advanced calculations, revolutionized accounting, engineering, and scientific inquiry. This simple shift in notation allowed for the development of more sophisticated mathematical models and helped fuel the rise of commerce and trade in ways that would have been unthinkable under the old system. Another crucial development was the spread of our paper from the Islamic world. Previously, the production of books and manuscripts in Europe had been limited to expensive parchment, a material so costly that it was controlled by the church, which held a monopoly over manuscript production. Paper, being cheaper and more widely available, made it possible for books to be produced outside ecclesiastical control. This small technological shift had enormous consequences. Suddenly, knowledge could circulate more freely. While books were still relatively expensive, they were now within reach of more than just the clergy and the aristocracy. This shift made literacy more accessible, and it gradually undermined the church's dominance over written knowledge. Alongside these technological advancements, the arrival of gunpowder from China began to reshape warfare. For centuries, knights in heavy armor had been the backbone of European armies. Their military dominance relied on the superiority of armored cavalry, which had remained largely unchanged since the early medieval period. However, gunpowder-based weapons, such as cannons and firearms, rendered traditional armor obsolete. Lords who had relied on the power of their mounted knights now found their military supremacy threatened by new forms of warfare. This technological shift destabilized the feudal military order, making it increasingly difficult for lords to maintain control over their lands. As these technological innovations began to challenge the established order, they were accompanied by a slow but steady expansion of literacy and education. Universities, which had long been the domain of the church, began to train lawyers, doctors, and bureaucrats outside ecclesiastical control. Wealthy merchants, recognizing the value of education for business, began to send their sons to school. Meanwhile, the use of vernacular languages other than Latin, began to spread in written texts, challenging the church's monopoly on written knowledge. As the printed word expanded, Latin's status as the universal language of scholarship began to erode. In the centuries before the printing press, a thriving market for manuscripts existed. While still prohibitively expensive, hand-copied books were becoming more available, and a network of book lending and in circulation began to emerge. The act of reading was no longer reserved for the clergy. The growing middle class, too, began to value literacy. This shift laid the groundwork for the spread of ideas in a way that had never been possible before, creating an intellectual landscape ripe for further change. At the same time, Islamic scholarship played a crucial role in preserving and expanding knowledge that had been lost to the West during the Dark Age. Islamic scholars translated and built upon the works of ancient Greek and Roman thinkers, philosophers like Aristotle and Ptolemy, and medical texts by Galen and Hippocrates. These works, which had been forgotten in Christian Europe, were reintroduced to the West in the form of translations and commentaries. In particular, the Ahmedical and philosophical texts from the Islamic world challenged the Church's teachings, providing alternative ways of thinking about science, medicine, and the natural world. The most famous examples of this intellectual exchange were Marco Polo's accounts of his travels to Asia, and the writings of Ibn Battuta, who traveled widely throughout the Muslim world. These stories and accounts brought back knowledge and ideas that sparked curiosity and intellectual inquiry in Europe. As knowledge expanded and the flow of ideas from east to west grew, intellectual curiosity began to grow within European society as well. Early universities became centers of debate, where scholars engaged in theological and philosophical discussions. For the first time, questions that had once been considered settled, like the structure of the universe or the nature of human health, were being questioned. Natural philosophers began observing the world directly, rather than relying solely on ancient authorities. This shift from dogma to empirical observation marked the beginning of a new way of thinking. Some scholars even began to question the teachings of the Church itself, challenging doctrines that had been considered absolute for centuries. However, these intellectual shifts were not universally welcomed. The Church, which had long held intellectual authority, saw these new ideas as a direct challenge to its power. In response, it sought to maintain control over education by founding universities of its own, ones that would teach its doctrines and suppress any dangerous ideas. Heresy became a powerful tool to silence intellectual dissent, and scholars who questioned established teachings risked persecution or execution. Still, despite the Church's best efforts, intellectual change could not be fully contained. Scholars, even at the risk of their own lives, continued to explore new ideas, laying the groundwork for the scientific revolution that would follow centuries later. The intellectual transitions of the time were slow and uneven, often fragmented. For every anatomical discovery that challenged ancient beliefs about the human body, there were still doctors who relied on outdated humoral medicine. For every heliocentric theory that questioned the Church's geocentric cosmology, there were still scholars who believed the Earth was at the center of the universe. But these early cracks in medieval thinking, like the first glimmers of light in a dark room, began to grow over time, eventually culminating in the Renaissance and the scientific revolution. In the end, the intellectual and technological changes of the late medieval period set the stage for the upheavals of the early modern world. They were part of a slow, gradual process that would eventually dismantle the intellectual monopoly of the Church and the feudal system. But the road was long and fraught with resistance. What began as scattered challenges to established authority and tradition slowly became a full-scale reimagining of the world. The intellectual landscape was changing, and with it, the very structure of European society. Yet, the medieval social order still clung to life, held together by traditional power structures and entrenched beliefs. These changes would lay the foundation for the final collapse of medieval society. But the world was not yet ready for the birth of the modern age. This leads us into section 9.3, where we will explore how the final cracks in the medieval system, through the arrival of the early modern period, marked the ultimate shift from the medieval world to the modern one. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, the world of the Middle Ages was beginning to crumble. What replaced it was something that, while still in its infancy, bore the unmistakable marks of the early modern world. A world driven by the rapid spread of information, new scientific discoveries, economic changes, and profound shifts in religious and social structures. These changes did not happen overnight, nor were they without violence and conflict. But over the span of just a few generations, the medieval world was fundamentally transformed. At the heart of this transformation was Johannes Gutenberg's printing press. Invented around 1440, the printing press was not just a technological innovation, it was a revolution in how knowledge was distributed. Before the press, books were copied painstakingly by hand, a process that could take months. This meant that books were scarce, expensive, and generally controlled by the church and the elite. But the printing press changed all of that. Books could now be printed in days, not months, and their prices dropped dramatically. Suddenly, books were affordable to the growing middle class. This democratization of knowledge meant that ideas could spread faster than ever before. Once a book was printed, it could be distributed widely, allowing new ideas to circulate rapidly. The Protestant Reformation of the early 16th century provides the clearest example of how printing transformed the religious landscape. Martin Luther's 95 Theses, which he famously nailed to the door of the church in Wittenberg in 1517, were printed and spread across Europe in just a matter of weeks. This was a revolution not only in theology, but in communication, as ideas that challenged the church's authority were now available to anyone who could read. Luther's translation of the Bible into the vernacular made scripture accessible to the masses, allowing people to read the Bible without the mediation of priests. In many ways, the printing press made the Reformation possible. Without it, Luther's ideas might never have spread so far, so quickly. But the consequences of this new information revolution were not limited to religious debates and the It's an age of exploration, which had begun in the late 15th century, with figures like Christopher Columbus and Vasco da Gama also played a pivotal role in shattering medieval worldviews. European ships reached the Americas and established trade routes to Asia, encountering civilizations and peoples that medieval Europe had never imagined. The implications of these voyages were profound. The old medieval geography, with its belief in a flat earth and a small known world, was shattered. As European explorers discovered new lands, it became increasingly clear that the Earth was far larger than previously thought. The very structure of the known world was being redefined. This new geography also created uncomfortable questions about humanity's origins. According to medieval Christian teaching, all humans descended from Noah's Ark. But how could the indigenous peoples of the Americas fit into this biblical narrative? These encounters with new civilizations challenged the Church's teachings on the world, history, and humanity's place in creation. The age of exploration forced people to reconsider how they understood the world, both physically and intellectually. The Reformation, however, was not just a religious movement. It was a catalyst for political and social upheaval. As Protestant churches challenged Catholic supremacy, religious wars tore across Europe. These wars were some of the most brutal in history, with Catholics and Protestants alike committing atrocities in the name of religious purity. While these wars devastated Europe, they also led to a new kind of religious pluralism, as multiple Christian denominations began to coexist, weakening any single institution's monopoly on truth. The Protestant Reformation and its aftermath helped create a fragmented religious landscape that would ultimately weaken the influence of both the church and the monarchy. At the same time, economic transformations were reshaping society. The rise of banking and the credit systems allowed for greater investment in trade and exploration, providing the capital necessary for European powers to expand their empires. Mercantile capitalism began to replace the old feudal system, and the beginning of global trade networks connected Europe to the rest of the world. Cities grew rapidly as centers of commerce rather than simply ecclesiastical or military power. The icky guild system, which had defined medieval labor, began to give way to more complex early capitalist enterprises. With the rise of a merchant class and the growth of cities, medieval social hierarchies began to break down. People's identities were no longer tied solely to the land or their feudal obligations. Perhaps one of the most striking intellectual shifts during this period was the rise of Renaissance humanism, which shifted the focus from preparing for the afterlife to improving earthly existence. Humanists emphasized individual potential, believing that human beings could achieve greatness through learning and effort. This was a radical departure from the medieval worldview, which had placed emphasis on divine will and the afterlife. As humanism spread, it challenged centuries of ancient authority, including that of the Church. Scholars began to question old doctrines and engage in more empirical observation of the natural world. This intellectual curiosity laid the groundwork for the scientific revolution that would follow in the 17th century. The rise of the scientific method, as articulated by thinkers like Francis Bacon, and the work of astronomers like Copernicus represented a complete break from medieval intellectual traditions. The heliocentric model, which placed the sun at the center of the universe, directly challenged the Church's geocentric view of the cosmos. Experimentation became the path to knowledge, and empirical observation began to replace ancient texts as the foundation for understanding the natural world. This period of transformation was, of course, far from peaceful. The religious wars of the Reformation were only one example of the violence that marked this era. The colonization of the Americas devastated indigenous populations, and the economic and political upheavals led to immense suffering for many. Yet, despite these dark chapters, something fundamental had shifted. The medieval worldview, with its focus on divine hierarchy, suffering, and an unchanging social order, was collapsing. In its place emerged the early modern ideas of progressivstand, individual worth, and the possibility of improving human life through a knowledge and an effort. The medieval world didn't fade away. It shattered through a cascading series of transformations. The invention of the printing press, the age of exploration, the Reformation, and the rise of new economic and intellectual systems were all part of this complex process. These changes didn't happen smoothly or without conflict, but they paved the way for the world we now live in. A world that, while far from perfect, is shaped by the idea that progress is possible, that individuals matter, and that knowledge can lead to better lives for everyone. The image of medieval life that has been etched into the collective imagination is one of gallant knights, towering castles, and noble quests. An age of chivalry, romance, and adventure. From children's fairy tales to epic fantasy series like Game of Thrones, the Middle Ages are often portrayed as a time of grandeur, honor, and heroism. But this sanitized, romanticized vision bears little resemblance to the harsh reality of the medieval period. It is a myth, a construct that has been shaped over centuries to appeal to our desire for escapism, and the consequences of this erasure are profound. By forgetting the true nature of medieval life, we risk losing touch with the very values and freedoms that we now take for granted. The idealized medieval world we see today was, in large part, created during the 19th century, when Victorian thinkers and artists sought to resurrect a glorified past. The pre-Raphaelite painters, in particular, were instrumental in shaping the image of a medieval world of beauty and nobility. These artists, influenced by romantic ideas, depicted a Middle Ages that was not grounded in reality, but in their own fantasies of knights and maidens, bright colors and elaborate costumes. Modern entertainment perpetuates these myths, because stories of gallant knights and epic battles offer an escape from the complexities and harshness of modern life. The dark, brutal side of medieval life, with its suffering and deprivation, does not sell easily in the world of fantasy escapism. But in doing so, we lose an understanding of how fragile our civilization truly is. The medieval period may seem distant to us, but it wasn't that long ago. The freedoms we now enjoy, things like individual rights, gender equality, social mobility, and access to education, were by hard won, and they weren't easily achieved. Civilization, as we know it, was built on the backs of generations who endured unspeakable suffering. And we must never forget what it cost to arrive at the world we live in today. The idealized version of the Middle Ages blinds us to how recent and precarious our modern freedoms are. This historical amnesia has far-reaching consequences. The nostalgia for a mythical past, where life was supposedly simpler, purer, and more virtuous, continues to fuel dangerous political movements today. Political ideologies invoking traditional values often fail to acknowledge the brutality that underpinned those traditions. Many reactionary forces romanticize medieval Christianity, ignoring the violence, exploitation, and oppression that was inherent in the Church's control over society. When people yearn for a return to these traditional values, they're often unaware of what those values actually entailed. Rigid hierarchies, limited rights, and systematic violence is all in the name of maintaining power and control. We can see how this distorted view of the past affects contemporary debates. For instance, modern arguments about gender roles often ignore how women in the medieval period were considered a little more than property. The idea that women were protected and revered is a fantasy. In reality, they had limited legal rights and were married off for economic reasons, their identities defined largely by their relationship to men. The notion of traditional marriage, often touted as the ideal model of family life, erases the fact that medieval marriages were primarily about securing property and ensuring survival, not about mutual affection or equality. Similarly, the rise of religious fundamentalism in some parts of the world often involves a return to medieval-style authority. The Church's monopoly on truth and moral guidance in the medieval world meant that any questioning of authority was met with excommunication, torture, or execution. To long for a return to this kind of religious authority, without understanding its brutality, is to embrace a worldview that actively seeks to suppress dissent and individual freedom. The medieval Church did not tolerate debate. It punished it. The romanticization of the medieval period also distorts our understanding of the past itself. Many people believe that life in the Middle Ages was simpler and more authentic, a time when people lived closer to nature and community. But the truth is that life was unbearably hard, and survival was an ongoing struggle. People didn't live simpler lives. They lived lives filled with violence, disease, and a constant fear of death. Communities were strong not because of some inherent virtue, but because they had no choice. Survival depended on mutual dependence in an unforgiving world. People didn't live longer, healthier lives. They were lucky to make it past their 30s. This dangerous misunderstanding of the past also shapes the way we think about modern issues. Consider the debates about family values or community morals. Arguments that often long for a time when people were supposedly more moral and united. What these arguments ignore is that the medieval family was built on economic necessity, not love. And communities were bound together not by virtue, but by survival. The idea that the past was some kind of Eden, uncorrupted by technology and modernity, is not only misleading, it actively distracts us from understanding the true nature of historical progress. The erasure of the true medieval experience also affects how history is taught. Students learn about kings, battles, and the rise and fall of empires, but they rarely learn about the daily lives of the 99%, the peasants, artisans, and workers who made up the bulk of medieval society. Their stories are not the ones that have been passed down, and as a result, our historical understanding becomes distorted. History, in this context, becomes a story about what happened to important people, not to everyone. The suffering and inequality that defined medieval life is lost in the process, and this historical blindness means that we don't fully appreciate how much progress we've made and how much we stand to lose. Finally, this amnesia makes us all vulnerable to authoritarianism. If we forget how horrible medieval systems of concentrated power were, if we ignore the suffering that came with rigid hierarchies and unchecked authority, we are less likely to recognize the signs of such systems returning. The same power structures that led to centuries of misery in medieval Europe are still present in the world today, whether in the form of authoritarian governments, religious extremism, or corporate monopolies. And failing to understand the horrors of the past makes it easier for these forces to gain traction. In essence, remembering medieval reality isn't just about academic interest. It's about understanding how we got here, appreciating the freedoms we've earned, and recognizing how fragile those freedoms are. Forgetting the past is not only a disservice to history, it's a danger to the present and future. If we lose sight of the suffering that defined medieval life, we risk repeating it. And perhaps more importantly, we risk forgetting how hard-won our current freedoms and rights truly are. This exploration of what we've forgotten sets the stage for understanding what we've gained, what we have achieved over the centuries, despite the immense struggles of the past. The next section will explore how these gains have shaped the modern world and why, despite its problems, we live in a vastly different world from the medieval nightmare. From there, we will look to the future and reflect on what it means to protect the progress we've made. Right now, you are experiencing something that 99% of humans who have ever lived never knew. You are reading these words, created by invisible light on a screen, in a temperature-controlled environment, with a full stomach, not worrying that someone might kill you today, confident your children will probably outlive you, and able to learn anything you want without asking permission. This is not normal. This is a miracle. And it's fragile. The modern world, as we know it, is an unprecedented achievement, a delicate escape from the suffocating conditions that characterize most of human history. It is a world where so many of the basic conditions of life that would have been unimaginable to medieval people are now not only possible, but taken for granted. Clean water from taps, electric lights that banish darkness completely, medical care that cures conditions once deemed fatal, food security that ensures most people never face true hunger. These are the luxuries of modern life that most of us never even think twice about. But these miracles are not just a product of time or chance. They are the result of specific, hard-won philosophical, technological, and political developments that could easily be lost if we fail to recognize their fragility. Clean water is something most of us take for granted, but it requires far more than simply turning on a tap. It rests on our understanding of germ theory, the development of public health systems, and the substantial investment in infrastructure that ensures clean water can be delivered to homes. Electric light, which we flick on without thinking, it's not just a convenience. It's a product of centuries of scientific discovery, industrial capability, and economic systems that make it affordable. The very fact that we can read these words on a screen or a page without concern for our own survival is a reflection of systems, both technological and societal, that enable literacy to be a universal right. Food security is another miracle of modernity. It is not just a matter of growing crops and raising livestock. It's the result of agricultural science, global trade networks, and economic systems designed to ensure that food is accessible to the masses. Unlike the medieval world, where famine was a constant threat, modern societies have mechanisms in place that help prevent widespread hunger, though the need for vigilance is still paramount. Medical care, too, has transformed. Disease that once decimated populations are now treatable or preventable, thanks to centuries of medical advancement. Antibiotics are, alone, just under 100 years old, are responsible for saving millions of lives, a fact that would have been unimaginable to medieval people, whose health was often governed by the whims of superstition, poor hygiene, and a lack of basic medical knowledge. These achievements didn't appear by accident. They are rooted in ideas that are relatively recent and, in many ways, revolutionary. Ideas such as the notion that human lives have inherent value, regardless of social status or wealth, or the belief that suffering is something to be alleviated, not accepted as divine will. These are the ideas that formed the bedrock of the Enlightenment, and the subsequent philosophical, political, and social changes that have reshaped the modern world. These concepts, individual rights, equality, and justice, have been hard-won, fought for through revolution, activism, and scientific inquiry. Enlightenment philosophers, like John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and Voltaire, articulated the idea that all individuals possess inherent rights, and that the purpose of government is to serve the people, not the other way around. Revolutionaries fought against monarchies and oppressive systems, from the American Revolution to the French Revolution, demanding democracy and freedom. Suffragists and civil rights activists fought for the recognition of women's rights and the end of racial hierarchies. Labor movements advocated for workers' protections and better working conditions, ensuring that the dignity of laborers would be recognized. And while scientists like Galileo, Newton, and Darwin pursued knowledge despite religious opposition, creating the foundations of modern science that continue to shape our world today. When we look at these advances, it's important to remember how recent they are. Universal suffrage is less than 100 years old in many countries. The scientific method, the foundation of modern inquiry, is only about 400 years old. Antibiotics have existed for less than a century, and the idea that children shouldn't work is newer than photography. These are not centuries-old traditions, but recent innovations, and they are all fragile. The modern achievements that we enjoy today rest on the recognition that progress is possible through human effort. But this progress requires constant vigilance. These advancements must be maintained through education, political participation, and a commitment to ensuring that human rights are defended against those who would reverse them. Our systems, infrastructures, and technologies are susceptible to failure, and our philosophical commitments, while powerful, are not universal or permanent. Today, we face significant threats that could unravel the progress we have made. Rising authoritarianism is challenging individual rights, as political leaders around the world seek to concentrate power in their hands and restrict the freedoms of their citizens. Anti-science movements are gaining traction, rejecting the methods that have allowed us to progress in health, technology, and the environment. Economic inequality is recreating medieval-style hierarchies, with the wealthy and powerful accumulating more resources while the poor are left to struggle. And all climate change threatens to create the kinds of environmental scarcity that throughout history have led to conflict, violence, and repression. What's more, history has shown us that progress is not inevitable. The 20th century, for all its unprecedented human flourishing, also saw some unprecedented atrocities. Technological advancements, like the ability to produce mass amounts of food and provide medical care, don't guarantee moral progress. In fact, these same technologies have often been used to oppress and exploit. As we have learned from the horrors of the medieval period, the road to progress is not smooth and the future is never guaranteed. This is not to say that the modern world is perfect. We still face many challenges, and injustices continue to exist. But we cannot overlook the fact that for the majority of people in the developed world, life today is an extraordinary improvement compared to the conditions medieval peasants faced. Longer lives without constant physical agony, freedom to choose occupations and partners, access to knowledge and culture, and legal protections against violence and exploitation. These are conditions that many of our ancestors could scarcely imagine. These conditions are the result of centuries of hard-won struggle, and they are worth protecting. Ultimately, recognizing how good we have it compared to the past is not about ignoring contemporary problems. It's about understanding what's at stake. The achievements of modernity are fragile, and they require ongoing effort to maintain and extend. It's not enough to simply enjoy the benefits of progress. We must also be vigilant and active in safeguarding them for future generations. As we reflect on the long journey from medieval suffering to modern possibility, we must ask ourselves, what will the future look like? What can we do to ensure that the progress we've made continues, and that we don't return to the dark, oppressive systems that once defined human existence? This question leads us to the final section of this documentary, where we'll consider how we can apply the lessons of the past to the challenges of the future. The journey through the dark and brutal history of the medieval period has revealed a world that was nearly incomprehensible in its harshness. A world of hunger, disease, violence, and exploitation. This was not a time of chivalry and honor, as we often imagine it, but a time marked by suffering, where survival was the exception, not the rule. Yet, as we've learned, this horror was not caused by medieval people being inherently different from us. They were human beings, just like we are, with the same capacities for love, creativity, and compassion. What set them apart was not their humanity, but the systems they lived under, systems that normalized suffering, violence, and oppression, making them seem like inevitable parts of life. This is what we must understand about human nature. We are capable of both in tremendous cruelty and our tremendous endurance. When faced with unimaginable suffering, humans adapt to their circumstances and come to accept them as normal. In fact, we often construct justifying narratives for the systems that benefit us or that we feel powerless to change. This is as true today as it was in the medieval era. We can look back at the past and recoil in horror at the way people were treated. Yet we must also recognize that we too live within systems that shape our actions, our beliefs, and our views of what is possible. The medieval world wasn't created by monsters. It was the result of a combination of specific social, economic, and technological conditions. Medieval life was harsh because of these systems and the ideas that upheld them, not because of the people themselves. The central argument of this documentary has been that understanding the true nature of medieval reality is not about judging the past or using it as an excuse to feel superior. Rather, it's about recognizing that social systems shape human behavior. Medieval people weren't inherently cruel or inferior, and modern people aren't inherently superior. We simply live in different systems. The reality of the medieval world was not inevitable. It was shaped by the choices people made, often under duress, and by the systems that were in place. We must recognize that the systems that concentrate power, limit knowledge, and normalize violence produce predictable outcomes regardless of the era. When power is concentrated in the hands of a few, when knowledge is hoarded and controlled, when violence becomes a tool for maintaining order, suffering becomes normalized. But this is where the story of medieval history also offers hope. Systems that distribute power, share knowledge, and protect individuals can create vastly different outcomes. The remarkable changes we have experienced since the medieval period show that fundamental transformation is possible. Progress is possible, and it can happen in the span of just a few generations. The achievements of the modern world, the right to vote, the rise of democracy, the spread of education, the pursuit of scientific knowledge, the reduction of poverty and disease, are not some inevitability that we were bound to reach. They were hard-won through centuries of struggle, sacrifice, and, in many cases, violence, but they are also fragile. We must never take them for granted. Medieval history teaches us that progress isn't inevitable. The systems we live under today, democratic systems that protect individual rights, systems that allow for scientific and cultural growth, are fragile, just as the medieval world was fragile. Systems of oppression, violence, and ignorance are never fully gone. They are always waiting, often in the shadows, ready to return when people forget what they have fought for and what they stand to lose. Civilization is more fragile than we often believe, and the progress we've made can be undone faster than it was built. The danger of romanticizing the medieval period is that it blinds us to this reality. If we see the past as something beautiful to be resurrected, we forget how much death and suffering was endured to escape it. The romantic nostalgia for a simpler time can cloud our judgment and make us more vulnerable to core authoritarian movements or our regressive ideologies that seek to reverse the progress we've made. These forces, which promise a return to a mythical past, can appeal to those who are disillusioned with modern life, but they ignore the historical reality of that past. The medieval world was not an idyllic paradise. It was a nightmare of suffering, and we only escaped it because we were willing to face the pain of changing the systems that created it. So, what does this all mean for us today? The way we think about our past shapes the way we think about the present and the future. If we romanticize the past, we risk returning to its worst aspects. If we think of ourselves as inherently superior to those who came before us, we risk becoming complacent in the face of current injustices. The key is to approach the past with informed empathy. We should not see medieval people as villains. We should see them as fellow humans, trapped in systems they couldn't change on their own. But we must also critically analyze how those systems worked, how they kept people in a state of suffering, and how they were ultimately dismantled. And if we understand how those systems were dismantled, we can work to prevent similar systems from emerging again. We should also recognize how recent the freedoms we enjoy are. Universal suffrage, the right to education, the concept of civil rights, these are not ancient traditions. They are ideas that have been fought for in recent history. If we understand how hard-won these freedoms were, we can defend them more vigorously. If we recognize how much suffering was alleviated through human effort, we can continue that work on the remaining problems. The struggle isn't over, but the progress we've made is worth protecting and extending to everyone, everywhere. Ultimately, the question isn't whether modernity will last forever, because nothing lasts forever. The question is whether we will recognize the value of the light we've created, the light of knowledge, freedom, and dignity, and whether we will continue to fight to preserve it. The medieval period was one of literal and metaphorical darkness. We now live in a time of light, but that light is not guaranteed. It is the result of a struggle, sacrifice, and the courage to imagine something better. We must understand its fragility, cherish it, and continue to build on it, so that the darkness we escaped never returns. The past is a mirror, reflecting both our potential and our dangers. We must look through it with open eyes, recognizing that the world we live in today is not a given. It is a miracle, and it is fragile. The task ahead is not to rest on the laurels of progress, but to ensure it endures, for ourselves and for future generations.